Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to those who are watching on live. We were supposedly to be in the chambers today, but our screens did not turn up and they still haven't arrived, so hopefully they'll be installed tomorrow and definitely by next meeting. Can I ask everybody to turn their mobiles off, please, and note that the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. I'll ask Councillor Andrews to do Welcome to Country.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and pay my respect to both elders, both past and present. I would also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders present here today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Andrews, and I'll do civic prayer. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, we give you the thanks for the blessing you bestow upon us in this Shire. Grant to those who hold office in this council the spirit of justice and truth, of wisdom and charity, that mindful of our responsibility, we may promote the welfare of your people and advance the common good. Amen. Do we know apologies? Everybody's present? Everybody present and correct?
Mr. Mayor, we're missing Councillor Scandrett.
Oh, Councillor Scandrett is yet to join. So at this stage, I would expect Councillor Scandrett to join the meeting. And I'll ask somebody to adopt the previous minutes held on the 12th of February 21. 10th of February 21. Moved Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Whipper. Any discussion on the correctness of the minutes? Councillor Turland.
I will try and find my little certificates shortly. The issue that I have is on page 29 of the minutes, item 17.2. If people would like to get that section.
Yes, and the correction is?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if you read the business paper 183, the Office of Local Government is concurrent with my opinion and Mr. Paul's that you had no right to stop the motion, or the question of notice been changed to a motion. On page 183 of the business paper, presented by council staff under the draft code of meeting practice.
That is, we're adopting the minutes, Councillor Turland.
Yep, well,
if that is what has been written correct.
Well, it's not correct because you were wrong.
No,
Here it is.
The Councillor Turland, if you determine that I was wrong, then it is reflected in the minutes. So do you agree with the minutes? And you do agree with the minutes as pending, that you were not permitted to, as proper notice was not given. Is that correct?
No, that's not the correct. You refused me changing my question with notice to a notice to a motion, and you ruled on it.
Councillor Turland, you are getting into business procedure. That is not what we're debating. We are asking, are the minutes as printed correct?
Well, they are correct with what's been said, but you were wrong.
Then that is all that I need to know.
So I'll bring it up. Okay, next one I'll bring it up. Keep going.
That's it. So if that's it, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation. Carry. Now, do we have any declarations of interest?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
Mr Mayor, I would like to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 9.2 DA 21/0257, two-lot subdivision, part lot 313 DP 1245164, 27 Kimberley Drive. I was a colleague of Mrs. Anne McMillan at council many years ago, and know Mr. McMillan through my club membership at Mossvale Golf Club. I am not a personal friend of the McMillans and have never stepped foot into their residence or socialised with them at dinner parties, etc. So I draw a very long bow in declaring a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest, Mr Mayor.
So will you stay in the chamber and partake in the vote and discussion?
I will.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No councillors. Mr Paul?
Mr Mayor, as I've advised you today in writing, I'm going to declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 18.1, notice of motion recruitment of general manager, as I'm an applicant for the position of general manager as currently being advertised. I'll obviously leave the chamber and not be present when that matter is discussed by council.
Thank you, Mr Paul. Any other staff member with a conflict or declarations of interest? No. Then we move on to mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute. So public forum 18.1, notice of motion.
Mr Moore, before we start that motion, I have a question if I can ask.
Depending on what the question is, yes, go.
Well, as you know, I went to the chamber at 1 o'clock today.
Councillor Turlin.
No, you haven't heard the question yet.
Nothing to do with it.
There's nothing to do.
No, wait a minute. You need to read the code of meeting practice. The code of meeting practice says we need 3 days' notice.
Councillor Turlin, we are not discussing any other item at this stage other than the notice of motion 221 recruitment of general manager. That is what we are discussing.
Mr Mayor, on page 69, 3.7 says we have to have 3 days' notice to the place of where the council meeting. This meeting needs to be abandoned.
I am ruling.
You have not given 3 days' notice to the place. You are in breach. Mr Paul, could you check out 3.7 of the code of meeting practice?
Turlin, mute again. Councillor Turlin, that has nothing to do with today's agenda. If you have any issue, I suggest you put it in writing to the general manager, acting general manager. So I'll now go over to Ms. Rachel Russell, who will address council in support of the motion in relation to recruitment of general manager. Ms. Russell, are you present?
Just coming online now.
Okay. So I'll now go over to Ms. Russell, who will address council in support. Can you please turn off the Facebook live stream, please?
Yes, it's off. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. You have the floor for a period of 5 minutes.
Have I got my live stream off? Hang on, sorry.
There is still live stream happening.
There, I've got it now. Okay. Gentlemen, I'm not here to judge you on choices. Simply here to request that you listen to voices. I'm not here to tell you exactly what to do, hopefully just guide so we can start anew. Just because something can be done doesn't make it right. And we have fresh council elections in sight. We need your support now. This isn't all about you. I'm here representing many, not merely a few. And that's what our role is on council, I'm told, to represent our community. May I be so bold as to humbly suggest this appointment now is not in the best interests of this shire, and that's how we're expected to act if we're to comply with oaths of office. And so let me try to bring the perspective that there is no fear that in view of the fact that big changes are near, legal advice from QCs now gives you an out. Another temporary appointment can be made with no flout of your obligations to due process and law. You see that recruitment can be delayed and let be. Let's not get bogged down in the habits of old. Let's wait and see how the elections unfold. But be warned, should you not heed advice spoken here, there is a great danger your good names you'll smear. Voter backlash at elections will remind you that you chose unwisely despite the fact that you knew that your actions were not warranted or for the public best. So right here, gentlemen, is the litmus test. Please show us you can let go of ego, hubris, pride, and instead focus on what you must know inside. You have had a turn at your choice of PM. You have now gotten to make it time and again. I believe we can trust that you will let go of the belief that you will always be running this show. With that knowledge in mind, I ask you to think, because here and now, we are right at the very brink of a 4-year contract. It is argued, you see, will not reflect our diversity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. And as you are aware, there is no questions or comment in relation to public forum. We move to 18.3, notice of motion 4-2021, Mittagong Playhouse and Barrow Memorial Hall Project Community and Stakeholder Meeting, and Ms. Roma Dix will address council in support of this motion. Are you there, Ms. Dix?
No, thanks. Bear with me, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
We're still trying to bring Ms. Dix.
Mr. Mayor, whilst you're doing that, can I just point out I had trouble logging in through both my iPad and through council's normal connection. I've missed the beginning of the meeting.
Right, well, all I can say is, Councillor Scandrett, the sooner we get back into the chamber, the better.
Well, I would have liked to have been there today, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't that possible?
And while we're still getting Ms. Dix on, we have to be back in because the order from the minister is that it expires on the 25th of March anyway. So we have, we'll have to be back in, which I desperately want. So we are now.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to let someone in. We're just going to confirm who they are because they haven't identified themselves properly.
Okay, we are trying to get the identification of Ms. Dix to so she can address council.
There she is.
There you are, Ms. Dix.
She's not in yet.
Yep. Right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And I hope everything is fine over in Mittagong.
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor, as you well know, and your time will expire in 5 minutes. Ms. Dix, thank you.
Thank you. As you possibly all know, I'm a member of both the band and the orchestra, but I've spent 20 years working in the Mittagong Playhouse, and so I'm well aware of what's happening over there. We had 5 little groups, theatre groups, working and playing in the Playhouse, and they were very busy, and they had a lot of juggling of trying to fit in times and get onto the stage. And yet only one of them ever came across to the empty Barrel Hall. And they said they would never do it again. Now, why was that? It's because the Barrel Hall is long and narrow, and it doesn't like theatre. It's fabulous for music, We love it. It's a great hall and it's going to be great, but it doesn't suit theatre. So why do we need retractable seating if we haven't got anything on the stage to look at? And another thing about the retractable seating is when I come into the hall, as I do twice a week, and I stand in the foyer and I can look through and I can see right down the hall onto the stage. I'm going to lose that. It's also a job that whoever does the refurbishment, they will contract out. So it's not going to upset the full plans of the whole refurbishment if one small thing was taken out. Now, but there is one thing that the band and the orchestra would like to ask of council. Now, the band and the orchestra are caring, kind people, and they are very, to run a band or an orchestra, you've got to look after all your members. You've got to look after them. You've got to be caring and inclusive. And so we're concerned about the whole community, and we hope that this hall will be available to everybody, not just us. But there is one thing we would like. It's a bit strange that you have a hall for unamplified music, but the musicians can't use the stage. And why we can't use the stage is because the ceiling of the stage is very high. It's not like the hall ceiling. It goes up and up and up. And so any sound we make goes up and up and up, or is absorbed by the curtains or the proscenium arch. So what we would ask, and it wouldn't be very expensive, please, is a sound shell. That means it could be removable, a temporary, a low ceiling, which goes from the front of the stage, perhaps halfway back, and then drops down to the floor. So that is one thing that we do ask. And if we had that, we could put some of our players on the stage. We then have some on the front of the stage and the rest down in front of the stage where we are at the moment, which means that we'd be sitting on top of the lift and we're not going to use it. I think that's a very expensive item too. Now, you've talked about consultation. I came to the Barrel Hall when you were showing people plans and things, and I looked anxiously and eagerly at the plans, and a very lovely lady was there beside me and asked her a lot of questions. And when I'd finished, she said, "Oh, thank you, that was very interesting, madam," and turned to the next customer. Now, that's not consultation. We can't have consultations till we've seen the plans and we've studied them, which we've done now, and we've got questions and we've got suggestions. Now, for example, councillors, are any of you in the band or the orchestra? Do you come twice a week to the... Have you set up the stands and all the risers so that we can have a concert? Have you worked out where the green room is going to be for the 50 or 60 players? No. Well, we have. We've done all that. And we know what happens. And then we listen and we know what the sound is like. So actually, if we had a consultation, which we'd love to talk to the architect. We'd love to talk to you all about it face to face. We'd love to talk to Mr. Paul and tell him our ideas, ask him some questions. And that's a good consultation. And we might actually be able to help. So we do hope that this comes off. And thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Dix, and thank you for that address. We move to 18.4, notice of motion, 5-2021, animal and fur and skin sales. And Mr. Paul Samolsky will address council against this motion. Mr. Samolsky, are you present?
His audio is connecting.
Okay, he's putting audio together.
Yep.
Yes, can you hear now, Mr. Will you just speak and so we can see if we can hear you? No, you're still on mute. You're still on mute, Mr. Samolsky. No, we're having trouble. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Give me 1 second, I've got an option.
Just wait, the staff are trying to get a connection for you. it might be, we can't work out why you're not getting a connection. Okay, it appears we've got you now.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
So,
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Paul Samulski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Councillor Whipper's motion. Councillors, this motion is ill-informed and it is nothing more than pork barrelling, pardon the pun, towards the animal activists, one of which is speaking also. In my opinion, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Whipper's attempt to chase preferences for the upcoming election instead of considering people in the community, many of which Councillor Whipper has ostracised by this motion. Councillors, this is nothing more than a state and federal-based election promise, not a local issue. This council needs to focus on doing better, focusing on local issues like services and facilities for the ratepayer. Make no mistake, councillors, this is a precursor to more things to come. Are we going to stop the sale of meat products on council property? Perhaps we should close the sale yards. This has nothing to do with animal welfare, councillors. Animal skins and furs are a byproduct of animals that have been either harvested or euthanized so that their memory can live beyond their natural lifespan in perpetuity. Councillors, we are on a slippery slope with this. Councillor Whipper needs to provide clarification. Will the sale of leather products such as wallets, handbags or boots be prohibited? Or even sheepskin products like baby cot liners or Ugg boots be prevented from being sold? The Kruger hat, for instance, is made out of rabbit pelts. Councillors, this motion needs to be put in the dustbin of history and councillors need to get their priorities straight for the community. Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Samolsky.
You're welcome.
And now Ms. Heather Edwards will address council in support of the motion. So are you there? You'll be let in now. Can you speak to see if we can hear you, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you loud and clear. So your time will commence now and will expire in 5 minutes' time.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Our aim is to get 15 councils to ban the sale of exotic fur skins before 2021. We've already got a number of councils on board with this. City of Sydney, Canterbury, Bankstown, Inner West, Blue Mountains and Liverpool councils. Now, this is an issue for animals. I mean, over 1 million animals worldwide suffer and die as victims of the fur trade every year. New South Wales and federal laws continue to support this by allowing fur, including animals from fur from bears, seals, possums, rabbits and raccoon to be imported and sold within our state. Over 85% of the industry's skins come from animals that are raised in tiny cages. They are deprived of the ability to carry out natural behaviours. They've got conditions that are very bad and they are stressed, they're self-mutilating themselves, they're biting their own tails, gnawing at their limbs. They're then electrocuted, gassed, or have their necks broken and they've been skinned alive. These are all humane methods and they're designed to avoid the damage to the fur. Now, 15% of these animals are slaughtered for their fur are actually wild trapped and they're trapped within body gripping traps and a steel jaw leg holds the trap basically. The wire snares and that sort of thing are used. So, this is just prolonged pain. It's awful conditions, and the hunters, it just has to wait there for the hunter to arrive. Now, given the cruelty of the fur industry, Councils in the UK, the US are moving to ban the sale of fur within their controlled area. So basically, they're effectively pressuring the states to do the same. Australia is the latest country to follow this trend. Okay, so we really want to see this end. It's not just about grandstanding or anything like that. This is real animal issues, and I don't believe there's any areas on council land at the moment that have markets that are selling these. I think this is an easy thing for the council to do, and we would understand that there's already fur out there, and why can't we reuse that fur for snuggle coats for wildlife carers and things like that? So, we're not asking for a big thing here. We're really just looking to do something to help animals. And I don't think it's going to be a major impost on the community here. So that's what I'd like to say. And, I really think that we could do this for the animals.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. And we will debate the point, as you have said, later on.
Okay.
So we will just say farewell to you at this stage. Thank you.
And thanks to Councillor Whipper for putting this up for me.
Thank you. So we now move on to visitor items, and it's in relation to development application 21-0333 communities title subdivision consisting of 13 lots at 2529 North Street, Robertson, and Mr. Richard Langford will address council against the development. We're letting Mr. Langford in. We have you, Mr. Langford. Have you got audio?
No, it's just connected, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're just connected. You're right. Can you hear us?
Hang on, are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. You're no doubt you are aware that you can take questions at the end of your presentation.
Yes, I'll be speaking for the 5 minutes allotted, and I'm more than happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. So away you go, Mr. Langford.
So I'm going to start now, eh?
Yes, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Richard Langford, and I live opposite to the proposed rezoning of 25 to 29 North Street, Robertson. My land is a duplicate size to the land opposite. I speak on behalf of myself and many of my neighbours. We object to the proposed lot community title subdivision. I moved to Robertson 20 years ago. Then Robertson was a sleepy town, many vacant shop fronts, many houses that took a long time to sell. Now, things are very different. The shop fronts are now freshly painted, and restored. There are now 7 places to eat out in Robertson, a town of 2,000 people. Mostly is not the locals who boost the local businesses. It is the tourists, the stopping tourist traffic and the thriving local B&B industry. In front of my house, I regularly look out the window because my desk is right on the window. I regularly see groups of B&B tourists walking along the footpath, going to buy essentials and to go and enjoy what the local businesses have to offer. At night, B&B families will stroll in the nature reserve, which adjoins the proposed subdivision. They will be spotlighting wombats. The little wombats are very popular with the tourists, not so much with the locals. The proposed development will impinge upon the visual aspect of the nature reserve. It's right next to it. Also, there is a lot of tourist traffic going up Kalon Street past this development. The proposed development is not a good look for those people who are going up the tourist road. People who are escaping the intense development of Greater Sydney do not want to escape to what they want to escape from. Robertson is a unique, quaint village town, and this needs to be preserved. The proposal does not fit into the context of Robertson. If the development proposal is successful, then a precedent would be established for the suburbanisation of the surrounding villages in the Shire, as well as Robertson. All along the Kalong Creek embankment are wombat holes. Recently, platypus was sighted under the bridge, 50 metres from the proposed development. What would the stormwater runoff of this intense development do to the chemistry of Kalong Creek, Sydney's water? There is nothing community about this community title application. Of course, a developer would rather 13 blocks as opposed to the 5-block subdivision already approved. Intensive suburbanisation is not a good thing for the community of Robertson. I spoke to a neighbour who also happens to be a very experienced town planning consultant. One of the major concerns she raised, the danger to traffic from North Street entering Kalong Street, which would be compromised visually by the steep road embankment and the crest of the very steep hill, which is Kalong Street. Excuse me. The Robertson Village Development Plan 2019 was created to retain larger lot sizes, 2,000 square metres, and to maintain what is already here, the unique Robertson Village character. My land is a mirror block opposite the proposed subdivision on Kalong Street. I'm at number 20. My land, like the land opposite, is zoned R2. However, I support the correct zoning, or the current zoning, so as to protect the integrity of what makes our village a village. We don't want a village to be infiltrated by the ugly suburban sprawl of Sydney and to become another satellite suburb. Council designated Robertson the green heart of the Southern Highlands. Once it has gone through overdevelopment, it will be gone forever and there will be no going back. So I strongly, on behalf of all the people around me, oppose this proposal for intense development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langford. Are there any questions in relation to the this item to Mr. Langford? Councillor Turland and then Councillor McLaughlin. And then Councillor.
So, are you happy with the 5 blocks that have been approved already from past subdivision?
Yes, I am. They fall under the R2 requirement of 2,000 square metres. They're fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Scandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Langford, for your presentation. You are aware that the recommendation from staff that this be refused tonight?
Right, thank you. I couldn't see it getting approved, but I know we have to go through a process. I appreciate the opportunity to speak anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Langford. Councillor Scandra.
Thank you, Mr. Langford. In relation to the rest of the village, do you have any thoughts? I know you stressed the character of the village, if you wish, when you arrive there, and the fact that it's now got tourist activity. Do you have any other views on the opportunity to provide additional accommodation within the village for all people of all ages?
It really, Mr. Langford, that's really not a pertinent question, but Mr. Langford.
Well, I'm weighing it up, Mr. Mayor, against this proposal.
Well, okay, let me reply to that. I will reply to that. There are other places in Robertson which are more suited. This one is right on the nature reserve. This one is right on the tourist road. This one is right exposed to all those B&B people walking up and down the road. But there are plenty of other places to develop.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I take it that you are not opposed to other development. This one is the one you're talking about.
As long as it conforms to the R2, in our case, the R2 requirement, or whatever requirement council has put up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will ask Mr. Langford a question, but I just note that Councillor Scandrett is certainly leading Mr. Langford there. I think the questions that he posed were totally irrelevant to the matter of business before us, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Langford, you raised the issue of Kaling Street. There's a steep incline, so the ingress and egress point from North Street onto Kaling Street, that's a very dangerous point as well. Is that your observation?
Yeah, I live directly opposite. It's also called K Long Street.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, and where North Street, or the proposed development, cuts into K Long Street, there's a big embankment, and there's no way to take that out. That's private property. They've already cut back into it, put a pathway in there. It's very steep, it obscures vision. That crest of the hill, I don't know about other places, but we have tourist motorbikes coming through there in a 50-kilometre zone, sometimes at 100, 120 k's an hour. So I could see, and there's nothing that stops them. I've talked to traffic control, I've talked to highway patrol. They've booked them a few times, but they just get out there. As soon as they hit that road towards Tourist Road, they just gun it. So it could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if there are no further questions, I'd like to move the recommendation, if I could.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Whipper is moving. Thank you, Mr. Langford. We will let you go now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yes, I'll second the recommendation.
So it's been moved by Councillor Whipper, seconded by Councillor Scandrett. Is there any need for discussion? We inspected this a couple of weeks ago, councillors.
I don't believe there's a need, Mr. Mayor. If there is, I'll just take a right of reply. But if there's no need for discussion, happy to go through.
Okay, so I'll put the recommendation that's a planning matter. So I'll ask all councillors in favour of the motion to raise your card. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We move over to page 25, development 9.2, development application 2-lot subdivision, part lot 313, 27 Kimberley Drive, Barrel. I'll ask Mr. Pepping to give an introduction in relation to this. Mr. Wilkes, sorry.
It's a visitor item.
Oh, we have a visitor item on.
Yeah, we have a speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I'll ask we're putting Ms. Louise Mitchell in. She's there now. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to address this issue, and your time is whenever you wish to start.
Just let me get a bit settled. Hang on a sec. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I own Villa 15 with my husband and will be representing the majority of other Village 1 owners and also the Milton Park Country Hotel to object to this subdivision. We disagree with the recommendations of council staff and believe that they are still using a very narrow and restrictive interpretation of the legislation that pays little attention to the public interest or the master plan and so favours the applicant. This attitude really undermines the objectives of the original exemption that permitted the two villages to be built on farmland and harms the estate by allowing further fragmentation, heritage loss, separation of rural pastures from the estate, major infrastructure problems, as well as facilitating further unintended development on rural land. Tudula has stated that this subdivision is a more logical and relevant boundary, but provides no justification for the statement. The question, why should this proposal be approved, does then need to be asked, as there are significant problems and no public benefit. For the applicant, the subdivision seems to be a way of solving many of the problems that it itself created. Lot 2 will grow from 4.7 to 13 hectares. And the hotel has, I believe, sent you photos. This is clearly not part of the master plan. It also includes other existing houses and outbuildings. These buildings are on farmland, so currently cannot be subdivided. Putting them in a larger lot 2 may appear to change their status, but it doesn't. The exemption for houses only applies to land in the smaller original lot. In a similar way, Toodoolul has created paths for 3 unapproved houses, hoping they will be approved. It is easy to think that a larger lot may facilitate approval and also help overcome the problem of the 6 houses that are now outside the original boundary of lot 2 and so prohibited to use as residence. Let us be clear, for the expanded area of lot 2, the land retains its existing zoning, easements and prohibitions. Subdivision further destroys the integrity of the original estate. 40 hectares is the minimum size allowed. Lot 2 will be 13, and insufficient reason is given to validate its approval under an exemption clause. Toodoolul has past history of multiple subdivisions, and this is not the first under 40 hectares. How many times will it be allowed to go on? Toodoolul has stated in his application that both proposed lots in the subdivision will be capable of lawfully being used for residential purposes. This statement also raises the question of why is this rural land being separated from the estate? Will it enable further subdivision? We see absolutely no public benefit at all in changing the existing boundaries that have worked so well in the original plan. Heritage. Heritage has not been well represented at all. We understood that council would prepare a heritage report for this PA, but we've seen no report. The house and grounds are of prime value to locals and tourists in the area, but why has council no interest in protecting this highly valued heritage? There is a statement from the State Heritage Council, but then we realize that they have little jurisdiction over this specific land. You turn over the page, you find that they voice similar concerns though. And it is interesting that this land was removed from the listing at Dobler's request before it was registered, could be registered. Infrastructure. The report simply ignores serious and complex infrastructure problems that are created by the subdivision, despite their financial impact on the rest of us. Council really needs to ensure that the new development can be supported by the existing facilities that are used by all parties on the estate. It's a sewage system, water, gas, electricity, telecommunication, roads and parking. The hotel has the burden of many of the infrastructure problems that have been caused by past subdivision as well, and really has provided further information and should be allowed to provide more. Currently, they are dealing with serious and dangerous safety problems concerning a loss of water pressure when new development is connected to the existing water supplies. Other issues, not that, can I, sorry, I just need to do the conclusion. Can I do that?
You're not allowed to, we can't allow extensions of time.
Just let her finish, Mr. Mayor.
But you haven't given me a, you didn't give me a time limit. You didn't give me a warning either.
We cannot give extensions of time. So thank you very much.
I have a question for Miss Mitchell, Mrs. Mitchell, if I may.
Explain to Miss Mitchell, so, and the applicant will still be cut off if he or she goes over the prescribed time. So it's just the rules of the meeting as prescribed by the Office of Local Government. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I note that an item later today seeks to change that. Ms. Mitchell, could you just qualify what you were about to say so that I can finish my question, please?
No, thank you, Councillor Scandrick. That is not a question.
It's a question, Mr. Mayor.
No, I will not allow it.
Mr. Mayor, you're just being unreasonable here.
Councillor Scandrick, I have senior staff here who are also advising that your question is out of order.
Mr. Mayor, I couldn't hear the warning bell. When was it given?
There was no warning bell for me, and that is usually there.
I know. Yes, a gag order, you might say.
It's really,
Excuse me, Ms. Blank, please. Now, I will go to Councillor McLaughlin to ask a question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've asked for it to put it away. We'll need to bring it back.
We will have to bring Ms. Mitchell back. Now, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for your presentation. When you bought into Milton Park many years ago, you were aware that there was to be a second village, and you would, I take it, be happy if the second village complied with the master plan as described and as indicated and put in place by this council in the 80s. Would that be correct?
Yes, yes. We had full awareness and no problem with another village, but we expected it to be more like ours because of the master plan.
Yes.
And to stay as one estate, really, and not have all the problems that the subdivisions have really given us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be happy? Would you be happy to see this matter deferred today, Ms. Mitchell?
McLaughlin, you have asked your question. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you.
Now you've muted yourself, Councillor Andrews.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. You mentioned many concerns, and I recall that most of your concerns are already part of approved development. So my question is very simple. Do you acknowledge that this particular DA we're dealing with tonight, involves a simple boundary adjustment, which in turn achieves a subdivision? Would you agree with that?
No, it's much more complicated. It's not an easy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for your address. And we will now put you in the waiting room and ask Mr. Mark Dobler to speak in favour of the proposed subdivision. And we'll put Mr. Dobler on. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Dobler? Just muted. You've muted yourself. I think you are on mute. Mr. Dobler?
I don't think you can hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I can. Can you hear me, Mr. Dobler?
Yes.
Okay. You know the rules. Your time finishes in 5 minutes, so away you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Our application for subdivision of lot 313 at Milton Park involves no more than a simple boundary adjustment for the purpose of separating two individual development consents, the proposed boundaries of which are identified on the approved stamped site plans. This could be said to be an application for subdivision certificate to facilitate registration of the LRS, nothing more. It's standard procedure, which in the ordinary course follows development consent, and as I understand, would normally be handled under delegated authority. Certainly, this has always been standard practice in dealing with applications that don't include change of use or development works, which is certainly the case with this application. So we were surprised to be informed by the assessing officer that the application had been called up to the chamber for consideration by full council. We are now advised by Village 1 lot owners at Milton Park that both Councillor Nelson and McLaughlin, at the behest of the Milton Park objectors, have committed to supporting their demands to have consideration of our application deferred for a period of 28 days, as apparently Mr. Peter Rowe is on holidays in Tasmania for the next 3 weeks, although I'm sure this won't be included as any of the reasons for deferral. Any support that councillors may give to that motion would clearly be unprecedented outside of council's code of meeting practice and inappropriate, not to mention disrespectful to council staff who, in my opinion, have complied strictly with council's policies from the date the application was lodged through to the present day. It is patently obvious that Mr. Rowe has received the assessing officer's report and recommendation and finds it disturbing and now wishes to challenge that report and its findings. As most councillors should be aware, Mr. Rowe has been a critic of both council and the Doblers for many years, and he is not likely to give up, such that he is now seeking to make another one of his futile attempts to discredit us and further objections, potentially involving further significant cost to ratepayers, his fellow Village 1 lot owners, and of course ourselves. I've listened intently to what Ms Mitchell has had to say, and in my opinion, it has nothing to do with our application before council. It is totally apparent that both Ms Mitchell and the objectors she represents choose to ignore the development approvals that are currently in place for the two lots, the subject of the application. The proposed boundaries shown on the stamped approved site plans, which are consistent with the boundaries, the subject of the current application, and the findings of the information session that was held at the request of the same objectors, including the address and report provided by council's lawyer, Mr. Chris Shaw, who found that objections to the current approval for Village 2 were invalid and the approval could not be contested. And now, although totally discredited, the objectors continue with the same threats and intimidation, which are of little concern to us as we proceed with the project. It is beyond doubt that the application that simply adjusts the boundaries between two approved developments has no effect on what is currently approved on both lots 1 and 2, and nor are those boundaries in any way affected by the approval or otherwise of our section 4.55 modification, which is to come before council at some future date. Our application has been recommended for approval by council staff, and by reference to the assessing officer's report, it is apparent that extensive consideration has been given to the 16 objections from the 7 objectors, and it is evident that only one of those notifications bears any relationship to our application before council, and that appears to have been received from a Village 1 lot owner who supports the subdivision. In this regard, I refer councillors to the last item in the assessing officer's response to the objection on page 39 of his report. Councillors should also be aware that no issues were raised by any government agencies to which the application was referred by council via the New South Wales Planning Portal. It is important to note that these referrals included the Office of Environment and Heritage, who provided their general terms of approval and, unlike the objectors, raised no issues. As councillors have previously been advised, the office has been very supportive of our Village 2 development. We ask the councillors focus on the application before them this afternoon and not on issues that have been raised by the objectors that simply have no relevance to the application. We've been advised by council's Mr. Mark Pepping that it is his opinion that many of the objectors may have wrongly believed that our 2-lot subdivision involved building works.
Dobler, your time has expired. Are there questions you're willing to take questions, Mr. Dobler?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Mr. Dobler? Councillor Nelson and Councillor Turl. And then
Thanks, Mr. Dobler. You were just about to say that that the application has relevance to building works. Could you expand on that, please?
Councillor Nelson, I was about to say that the application has no relevance to building works. The application is simply dealing with a subdivision. One might say it's simply drawing lines around 2 already approved developments.
Thank you. Councillor Turl and then Councillor McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. So it would seem that it's a simple boundary readjustment from past DAs approved by council. Just reinforcing that point again.
That is correct, Councillor Turlin, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I was wondering how many fragmentations and subdivisions that your company's carried out or intend to carry out on a state heritage item.
Mr. Dobler.
The answer is none, Councillor McLaughlin. The item that you're referring to is Village 2, and it is not subject to State Heritage Register.
You did subdivide Milton Park Hotel and Garden, I believe.
Councillor, are there any?
Well, he didn't answer the question. He's done multiple subdivisions out there.
Councillor, I'm happy to answer the question, Councillor McLaughlin. We have owned and protected Milton Park for some 20 years. I dare say that had we have not acquired the estate, it would be in ruin today. So over the last 20 years, we've undertaken subdivision. The first subdivision that we undertook was to subdivide the hotel, which you're referring to, in order for it to be sold.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor?
you need to make sure that you control the meeting as equal to everybody.
Thank you.
At the moment, Councillor McLaughlin seems to have an arm's length of moving forward when you jump on everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Dobler, and we'll put you in the waiting room. And Councillor Andrews, have you a question?
No, I haven't, Mr. Mayor. If I may, I just wish to move the recommendation. I don't know whether it's proper.
Okay.
We're having an introduction, aren't we? Aren't we having an introduction, Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Dobler. Councillor Andrews is moving the recommendation. Councillor Turley.
The question I've got is it under the meeting practice that we move straight from visitor and items straight into the motion for approval instead of going through?
Councillor Turley, I will, just to make this clear, make sure that the motion is moved and seconded before we have an introduction, and that's the way it should be done. Councillor Andrews has moved it. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Turley.
Move an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
We will now have an introduction from council staff. Mr.
Will you take an amendment, Mr. Mayor?
I will take an amendment yes, you can move an amendment.
I move that we defer this item pending an inspection of Milton Park and the problems associated, so that councillors can clearly understand the implications of this subdivision.
Thank you.
And I'll second that if Councillor McLaughlin agrees to add a part 2, which says that not less than 7 days' notice be given to all respondents of the next time it comes to council.
Happy to accept that.
I won't accept that.
Councillor McLaughlin will accept that.
That is against the policy of council. So, Councillor McLaughlin.
Well, there you go.
Are you seconding it, Councillor?
Yes, I'll second it. But I do disagree with the Mayor's ruling.
I tell you what, Councillor Scandrick, all you have to do is say, yes, I'll second it. I'll ask Mr. Wilton to introduce the item, please.
Mr. Wilton, can you introduce it, please? Through the Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider DA 210257, which seeks to develop consent for the purposes of a two-lot subdivision at Milton Park, 27 Kimberley Drive, Barrow. Council to be aware of the previous history of the site, whereby approval was issued in July 1985 for the purpose of 44 strata titled units set out in 2 separate villages, with Village 1 to the north, including Milton Park Home and Gardens, and Village 2 being located to the east. To date, 20 of the villas have been constructed in Village 1. The remaining villas are under construction in Village 2. The merits of the current proposal seek to subdivide lot 313 into 2 separate lots, with proposed lot 1 being 40-hectare parcel accommodating the existing dwelling, approved in 2003, and the second parcel being a 13 hectares that will accommodate the Village 2 units. Subdivision also seeks to rely upon and is compliant with the provisions of clause 4.2 of the Winter Local Grant Plan 2010. The land is bushfire prone and was referred to the Rural Fire Service, who have issued a bushfire safety authority under section 100B of the Rural Fires Act. And given the site is also state heritage listed, the Heritage Council has also provided their general terms of approval to this development. Proposal was notified during September 2020 and 8 submissions were received during that period, detailing master plan compliance issues, visibility of Village 2 from Village 1, relationship issues of Stage 2 to Stage 1, DCP compliance issues, heritage concerns, and also general compliance concerns relating to the overall development. Response to those issues have been provided on pages 37 to 39 of the report this evening, and council staff have assessed the proposal and have recommended approval subject to conditions of consent.
Thank you, Council, Mr. Wilson. Question, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to ask Mr. Wilton, is it true to say that Lot 2 is actually for a combination of land uses, multiple dwellings, houses, tourist accommodation on heritage items?
Mr. Wilson.
Through the chair, that's for the purposes of villas.
So it's not for tourist accommodation?
Chair, the application identifies it for the purpose of villas.
Which are they tourist accommodation?
Well, that is subjective, Councillor McLaughlin. He's answered the question. They are the villas.
Yeah, and on rural rates too. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Councillors, any further questions to Mr. Wilton? Councillor Turley.
Mr. Wilton, do you agree this is just a simple boundary adjustment that relies upon a subdivision process from past DAs that have been approved?
Without leading, I'll.
A short response, please, Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, the application is for the purposes of a 2-lot subdivision, 1 lot and 2 lots.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is just an application for a subdivision in relation to a boundary line. Councillor Scandra, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can staff advise the actual communication process in terms of all respondents on this matter and related matters that led to today?
Got you, Councillor Scandra.
Are we able to respond, or will you take that on notice?
Through the chair, I have got some communication to say that, yes, the notifications were sent out, but I don't know the exact details of those, so I'd have to take it on notice.
We'll take it on notice, Councillor.
Yes, well, I think there has been, regrettably, some faults in that space.
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. Councillor Halston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like an undertaking from Mr. Pepping or Mr. Wilton, preferably Mr. Wilton at this stage. He's the one that's discussed it with us. But having regard to the long-winded, extended processes that have gone on here for decades, can you indicate to the council that the current proposal, as we see it here tonight, is absolutely or in total compliance with the planning law, therefore the LEP, etc.?
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilton, again, a short answer. I mean, the recommendation from staff is for approval, so a short answer, please.
I didn't ask you, Mr. Paul. I asked Mr. Either Mr. Pepping or Mr. Wilton, because they're planners. I realise what you're doing.
It has to be through the acting general manager a question, and the acting general manager has the right to allow and defer to staff as he wishes. But I take your point, Councillor Halstead. Mr. Wilton.
Thank you.
Short answer.
Through the chair, that is correct.
It meets all LEP requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. We have a recommendation as moved by Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Turlin. An amendment moved by Councillor McLaughlin and seconded Councillor Scandra. You wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Andrews?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This DA should be approved without hesitation. Reading the pile-on of emails these past few days, I do have doubts though. Those who are objecting to this application obviously did not take heed or have forgotten the outcome of the information session held in 2019. They should all revisit the transcript of council's solicitor summing up that day. This DA should not be refused or deferred. I can only imagine the angst of the applicant at this moment. This matter should be a simple tick of approval. There is absolute compliance. New South Wales Rural Fire Service, the Heritage Council of New South Wales, the Water and Sewer Engineer, and the Environment Health Officer have all provided approval. I wonder what the councillors who are considering and those email authors who are demanding deferral hope to achieve. There is no planning flaws, nothing unlawful with this DA. What could be achieved by a site meeting with detractors? Nothing. Then I read Mr. Rowe's email that came earlier this week, where he is demanding that the application be coupled with a separate 4.55 matter coming to council in coming weeks. His strategy seems very obvious. 8 submissions were received listing 15 reasons to refuse. One of the 8 was in favour of the application. Our planners in responding have made it clear in their report that all 15 have no relevance whatsoever to this application. The applicant is seeking approval for a subdivision, in this instance, a simple boundary adjustment. The subdivision has a direct purpose of providing a parcel of land for the approved Village 2 development in exactly the same way that Village 1 sits within its own strata plan. Separate from Milton Park Home and the Gardens. The proposed subdivision represents a more logical and relevant property boundary for ongoing management of land associated with the approved development outcome at Milton Park, and a single 40-hectare parcel that accommodates a single residential dwelling house. Lot 1 will be completely consistent with all the surrounding large rural lots. In the report, staff have been very thorough and concise in outlining the history of this development from 1985.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, are you allowed to read? I thought the councillor should be doing this off the top of his head. I think he's reading a statement.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I have noticed councillors do read some items.
It's been prepared for him.
You're right, it should be ad-libbing as is the preferred option. Councillor Andrews.
I appreciate it's the preferred option, Mr. Mayor, but I'm loath to think that all councillors would suggest that at times they haven't read from notes where it's important to be accurate in what you present. The staff have been meticulous in responding to the objections, explaining that all 15 have no connection to this application.
In point form, Mr. Mayor, in point form, you don't read the whole lot.
Gentlemen, thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further, Councillor McLaughlin? Councillor McLaughlin?
Thank you. I'll speak against it, if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Will you be speaking for the amendment?
I'll be speaking against the motion, and then I'll speak to my recommendation, my amendment, if you like.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Away you go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, look, we heard some of the concerns from the residents today, and if council doesn't listen to the ongoing problems and think this is a simple boundary adjustment and a subdivision, this is a state heritage item that was put together by this council back in the 80s. And probably there's only one councillor here tonight that knows full well that this council put together something to preserve a heritage item by providing for a hotel and 2 villages. Got no problem with the second village. No one ever envisaged this would be a subdivision on rural land for housing. It was to support a heritage item. Now, we know where it's moved to. We've seen the fragmentation of Milton Park over many years. The hotel, as we know, has been sold off. Another couple of blocks are going to be sold off. We're wondering how far these subdivisions will go and how many more we'll see. Now, the Office of Heritage looked at this, and if you read the report, they were a bit concerned about the size, which was originally designated as 4.2 hectares, now being 13. So the master plan has gone out the window. that this council put together to preserve a heritage item. And what we're seeing is a subdivision for houses, not associated with a heritage item anymore, because the heritage item has been sold off, subdivided and sold off. Unfortunately, council, when they put this together, did not allow and put in place something to stop further subdivision of this important bit of rural land. There was supposed to be a golf course on it. These people out here have got walking rights over the land. Where has all that go? What we've seen out there is just blatantly, unfortunately, something that should not have happened. And I hate to think that on this council's watch, we're going to see the undermining of one of our iconic hotels, a heritage property that now will be subjected to this sort of development on its doorstep to actually act in opposition to them. I mean, here they are, they pay their right rates, they are there, they are operating, and what they're seeing going on around them, not only the hotel, but Village One, are just appalled. And council, if we just go along with this tonight and not just defer it, I'm only asking for a deferment so that we can look at some of the problems, go out there, have a visit, understand exactly what's going on, rather than, oh, it's just a simple boundary adjustment. Well, it's anything but that, councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Turlin.
Off the top of
I
my
have a
head, by the
question.
way.
What was that? I have a question to Councillor McLaughlin, if I may, through the chair.
We're in debate. We are.
And that's right. I have a point of order that I need to ask Councillor McLaughlin.
Well, if it's a point of order, it comes through the chair, please.
Point of order is that I need to ask a question to Councillor McLaughlin, if I can, please. As per the code of meeting practice, I can put a question to any councillor at any time.
Councillor, is it in relation to the...
Yes, it is in relation to this particular development.
If it's a clarification on a point, yes, you can ask a question.
The question is, Councillor McLaughlin, did you take out Peter Cabalas, Council's employed heritage officer, to this site?
I'm happy to answer that question.
Look, that is not to do with this matter. That is a totally separate issue. Councillor,
it's exactly the matter that needs to be asked.
The answer is no. The answer is no. I did not. He's employed by council.
You instruct him to go out.
The answer is no.
Right. Councillor Turlin, please,
okay.
In relation to the planning matter.
It is exactly relating to the planning matter. It's the involvement of some councillors that need to remove themselves from different issues as per the code of meeting practice, which we know quite well. But anyway, we'll go through that through another time later tonight. The issue is this is a simple subdivision that's been approved before. It's a boundary adjustment. And it would seem that we're getting tied in knots again, where it would seem that some parties who live out there want the council, the community, to take this fight on, which is a wasted fight because it's been approved by council staff. We seem to have going around in circles again and again and again. It's extraordinary. When some councillors say we don't want to waste public money in the court system, but here we are again, they're prepared to waste money in the court system. The two councillors that have called this up often say, we won't waste public money. It's exactly what we're going to do if it's refused, waste public money in the court system. We are already over our budget for legal court cases to date, already. But it would seem that some of the councils don't seem to care because it's not their money. They just think it's quite happy that we will take it on a point of principle, take it to the court. It's clear that council's own lawyer has indicated that it should be no problem. It complies. So I don't know how we're going to go if we lose this and it goes to the court system. We've seen that some councillors seem to involve themselves with objectors too much, which is also by giving a commitment to those objectors that they will stand by them is also a breach of the process under the code of meeting practice, as we know. It will be good that the new council will come in and have training, because it would seem some of the old councillors don't seem to remember their code of meeting practice. That they have to rely upon, because they don't care. They won't be there in a few months' time.
A point of order,
This
Mr.
has
Mayor.
to stop.
I think point of
I think
order.
Councillor Turlin has to stop. He's disparaging the councillors.
Yeah, that's not a point of order. That is a comment. Any other speakers?
Has my bell gone up yet?
I thought you'd finished speaking, Councillor Turner.
No, I was interrupted, as always, it seems, by other councillors.
I was under the impression you had finished.
No, I hadn't finished. I was interrupted by Councillor Nelson.
He had a point of order. That is the point, but I thought you had finished speaking. Continue.
Thank you very much. This is an approval that's been approved a long time ago. It has nothing to do with the heritage at all. It's beyond that. Back in 1984, I think this whole process started. If the people who live in the other units that are completed, the townhouses, if they don't like it, they can sell and move on. They don't have to stay there. It's extraordinary now we're asking the questions, are they going to be rented for holiday rental accommodation? And if they are, you can't stop it anyway, because some of the people who live in the units out there now, the townhouses, would be renting it for holiday accommodation. There's nothing stopping them. So you can't throw stones at the developer when he's done nothing wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just before you carry on, Councillor Scandrett, we can see the top of your head. I'm not sure if you're on a low chair or what your problem is. That's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I'm now on a mobile phone. My iPad and my Mac cannot get into the system, despite having been able to do that this morning. And the staff have confirmed, Mr. Mayor, that I was locked in the waiting room at the time the minutes were approved. We need to revisit that.
No, we won't be revisiting that.
Well, I was locked in the waiting room.
We will not be revisiting the minutes. Councillor McLaughlin.
Well, it's a denial of justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll be brief. Look, councillors, I'm not asking for a decision on this tonight. I think we need a better understanding. I think we have to give the opportunity to the hotel, as I've heard from the hotel that said that they definitely put in on this DA. They submitted on this DA and they didn't get any notification. I think it's only justice that they be given the opportunity. We've heard from one of the villa owners, but the main impact on this is to the hotel that'll operate, in opposition to them. So I think it's only fair, councillors. Whatever you decide later on, that's fine. You want to go ahead with a subdivision, but at least give them the fairness of the opportunity to hear what the hotel wants to say about this development and put their points forward. After that, make up your own mind whether this should go ahead. But once we've had a deferment, we can have an inspection and we can hear from the hotel, and then make up your own mind. So I'm not asking for a refusal. I'm just asking for a deferment at this stage. Thank you, councillors.
Point of order, if I may. I have a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Turley.
Councillor McLaughlin saying that this subdivision will be in direct competition to the hotel. How can that be? Please explain. Please explain. Come on. Tell me how it's going to be in competition
with them. It's already in competition with them.
How is it going to be in competition?
Because they have weddings and they rent their facilities out there.
You are all on mute. And you only have 30 seconds of penalty to just consider how you sound to the public who are watching. sounds like school kids having a go at each other. All right, now there is no point of order. I will take it that Councillor McLaughlin was expressing an opinion. So there's no point of order. So we have a recommendation moved by Councillor Andrews. Do you wish for is there any other speaker? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've read through the report and given it a great deal of consideration. And to tell you the truth, I don't really have a problem with it. But I do hear the issue of what the objectors are saying. Now, the issue is that this council or the councillors have every right to make a decision whether to defer the matter or not. And in this particular issue of deferral, I don't believe that the applicant will be rushing straight off to the Land Environment Court. Sorry, what?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Scandra, I'm just acknowledging Councillor Scandra, he's got his card up. Continue, Councillor Nelson.
That's good that he's got his card up, Mr. Mayor. Now, I believe that I've just lost my train of thought there now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Look, there does seem to be a lot of confusion about this application from Miss Mitchell. And the hotel did say that they weren't properly given the right to speak about this matter. So it's interesting that other councillors haven't spoken here, but they each have the right to determine whether they wish to support the amendment or the motion. It seems that the applicant, because the staff have approved approval, that we must follow that. Well, I think he's wrong. And I don't think he will rush off to the Land Environment Court. Because I think all that needs to happen is people need to express what they want to say and try and pick out the points. Councillor Andrews did have a very valid point. We did have a detailed information session with our legal experts, and I came away from that understanding the issues a lot more. They are very complex, and it does go a long way back with the master plan, and I do believe that a council officer that submitted a proposal some years ago, of which a number of councillors here were on council, that approved that has now caused the problems that we are facing each time the applicant comes forward with a proposal, be it a subdivision, be it a minor boundary adjustment, be it trying to amend the buildings. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scandra, and then Councillor Halstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supporting the amendment to adjourn this pending an inspection, so we can have, as I think Councillor Nelson's just pointed out, people can have proper say. And I hope that we do make sure that everyone gets an email or a phone call prior to it coming back to council, so that we can put this matter to bed once and for all, with everyone having had their say.
Thank you. Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, look, it's pretty simple as far as I'm concerned. There's a past history which, of course, was relevant in the days in which they were given, or the consents were given, etc. And we've got an undertaking today from Mr. Wilton that things are in order. However, I don't see it's a major problem doing a deferral for a couple of weeks. Who knows? Whether that's enough, I'm not sure, but I certainly wouldn't be involved in or want to support a long-winded deferral. But That doesn't mean that I won't be voting another way, but I think this is, as Councillor Nelson so aptly put it, that every councillor is entitled to an opinion here. Nobody should be pushed into any particular position because of someone else's preconceived idea or how they currently think. Now, you know, I mean, I'm certainly one that is very interested in due process. I've said that before and I mean it. I know some sitting there might not think that, they've heard it before, but you know what? It's all about affording natural justice, and the people that are not represented here tonight, that's those that have purchased up there, have the right to be heard. And so therefore, from that point of view, I'll be supporting the amendment, which is only for a deferral, not a refusal. So we're not looking at, for example, someone chuffing off down to the Land and Environment Court. It's not an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Is there any other speakers? Then I'll ask Councillor Andrews, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, all I can finish with is it really is a simple matter where there is no building works involved. There is no modification. It's simply a boundary adjustment. It's all facets of this development been approved. Staff have gone through it. The report's lengthy. It covers every aspect, including the objections. I think it's just clear cut, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. So we have the amendment as moved by Councillor McLaughlin and the motion as moved by Councillor Andrews. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. Councillors McLaughlin, Halstead, Nelson, Whipper and Scandrick. I declare the amendment, but those against the for the motion? Against the amendment? Oh, well, I'm against the amendment, so I declare the amendment, the motion lost. The amendment now becomes the motion. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Those against? Carried. 2 against, Councillors Andrews and Turley. So it will be deferred as per the recommendation as printed. We move to 9.4.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a point of order, please?
On page 53.
Oh, nobody has registered any in relation 9.3. We have a
no, there's no
modification application, modified development.
No, you need to go to the public presentation. You still have to go through the process.
We don't have anybody there to speak on it.
I know you need to go back to the public presentation as per the agenda, which you then sent to us this morning, which is the 9.5.
No, we're on 9.3.
We've got to deal with the business paper.
We're to deal with the business paper as it is presented, unless there is a move or subject to modification by council. So we
okay. Can I request a briefing from staff as per the previous deferral motion?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
9.3.
Yes, you want an introduction on this. We have 9.3 on the agenda now.
I get all that, thank you.
Right.
You're the one who couldn't find it, not me.
I'm going to say Councillor Turley. Now, before we have the introduction, I need a recommendation. Councillor Scanlon.
A point of order I just asked for, Mr. Mayor.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Mayor, staff have confirmed that I was locked in the waiting room during the beginning of this meeting, trying to get in. Please hear my point of order. So the adoption of the minutes and business arising should be redone, Mr. Mayor. Otherwise, I will feel as though I have been inadvertently prevented from being a councillor doing my duties.
Then sorry, you'll have to feel aggrieved because I will not be submitting the minutes. The minutes were carried and there is no business arising from minutes, only the correctness of the minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scandrett, there is no further discussion in relation to this. Now, I'm after a move for a recommendation. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have spoken to the staff about this, and there's a recommendation that can be put up dealing with this and providing a community benefit to the.
Please.
Option 3.
Yes, it's include.
It's on the screen. Councillor Turlin, are you seconding?
No, I was going to put up option 2.
Okay, well, wait, please. Councillor Nelson is moving what is on the screen.
I'll second it.
And it's been seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Now, if everybody's read that, then is there an amendment? Councillor Turlin.
Option 2.
Councillor Turlin is moving option 2. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Andrews is seconding. So we will now have the introduction to 9.3.
Mr. Pepping. Thank you. Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to bring back the matter that was deferred from council on the 9th of December regarding a modification application 19/1439.02 to modify development consent for an information education facility and function centre at 93 to 95 Kirkham Road, Barrel. And the specific modification was to waiver the condition number 14 in relation to the developer contribution, development services plan contributions to the value of approximately 70 or 69,500. Councillors, one of the reasons for the deferral back in December was for the general manager, the acting general manager and staff to meet with the proponent. We did do that on the 4th of February. We actually visited the proponent or the owner of the facility on his premises to better understand what the collection is about. We told the proponent that the matter would come back to council as soon as possible, given that the 10th of February we couldn't because of the meeting agenda had closed, so the next availability being the 24th of February. 3 options have been presented to councillors. The first option is to uphold the recommended refusal of the modification application as per the recommendation of the report on the 9th of December. Option 2 for council is to waiver the developer contributions or remove those contributions from the consent. So that would be an elimination of condition number 14. And option 3 is to seek the applicant to withdraw the modification application, therefore the condition 14 stays, but that council could offer a donation of a specified amount to offset the costs incurred by the developer or the proponent as levied by council in that development consent. The report does make some comparisons to a similar premises that is under construction in the Highlands, which is the Southern Highlands Regional Gallery. It is a not-for-profit operation, or will be a not-for-profit operation once it's been completed later this year, whereby there was no developer contributions or development services plan contributions levied against that development because of that not-for-profit status. The current proposal before council, albeit having some significance in terms of heritage and tourism value, is not registered as a not-for-profit, and therefore council's policy applies in this regard. However, as per the options, we have provided some opportunities for council to consider an alternate to the refusal. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Turlin, question?
So in option 3, and when you read it, it says a donation, a specified amount is offset to the development contributions. Is it the 69,266,000 that's on the sheets, or is it something that council laws can actually apply, which would be, for instance, 1 in tenement instead of 3.175 in tenements, which is 21,816. Now, I don't know if other council laws, I know some will understand it, but could you explain what that means, the tenements of 3.175 is the previous report?
Thank you. Through Mr. Paul.
So thank you, councillor. So the purpose of the wording that was given in option 3, which said a specified amount, gave the opportunity for councillors to determine what that specified amount is. Now, there is a motion on the table to say 50%. Councillor Turlin, what you were suggesting was to make it an equivalent to 1 equivalent tenement. And at the moment, the development consent was levied at 3.175 ETs. So if you took it down to 1 ET, it's equivalent to, say, a 66% donation, if that makes sense.
You know, I understand it. So if we actually, there's no amounts been put in where it says specified amount except for what you just said, 50%.
Well, the motion says 50%, which is equivalent to $35,092.17, as at the figures of the value of those levies at the 24th of February 2021.
They're in point 1 of the recommendation.
On the screen now.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor Nelson and Councillor Whipper.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Pepping, or through the acting general manager. So confirming that we are complying with council's policy of 1 tenement, but giving 50% back to the applicant of that 1 tenement. Is that the correct statement I'm making?
So, councillors, what has been calculated is that the increase in the usage of that premises, so originally it was an industrial development, industrial premises, which is calculated at certain equivalent tenements based on the usage as an industrial premises. The proponent is seeking to include other uses of that premises, being for functions and tours, which will involve a lot more people visiting the premises, consequently using the bathroom facilities, etc. So it increases the load. So the 3.175 equivalent tenement reflects the increased usage of that particular property.
Okay, Councillor Whipper, and then Councillor Scandred.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If I could just ask a question. In the motion put up by Councillor Nelson, point 2 indicates that we'll give public notice. Is that form of public notice for comment, for submission? And do we assess those submissions that come back to council?
Yes.
Good question, Councillor Whipper. The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Scandred, then McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Pepping, if the application had been for a lesser number of people, there would have been a much lesser assessment in terms of tenements. Is that correct?
Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Paul.
I'll deflect it to the contributions.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah,
through the chair, it's not as straightforward as that. The way the Water Directorate, so the New South Water Directorate issue guidelines on how you determine equivalent tenements for different forms of development, and they're generally based on floor area. So for this form of development, it's based on floor area. So whether they put in 100 people or 150 is not how the guidelines are based. And these guidelines are based on data from water usage across the state. So there's an evidence base behind the calculations, and our policy reflects the best practice guidelines put out by the New South Wales Water Directorate and recognise that increased demand based on land use.
So, Mr. Lure, what you're saying is that, and I think the building's about 2,000 square metres, that you've assessed it on the whole footprint, including office and all that sort of thing, where if the activity was constrained to a viewing area, a central area, then you would have to, sort of like the art gallery cafe, I suppose, you'd have to then...
Thank you, Councillor.
You would have to assess it that way.
Standard, you are leading, you are making the council officer make a comment in relation to...
I'll rephrase it, Mr. Mayor. Mr.
No,
Lure...
I heard your question, Councillor Scandrett.
Oh, it was a question. Good. Could I have an answer?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Park to again reiterate the process for the calculation, because that's what is relevant. With all due respect to Councillor Scandrett, he is trying to put words into Mr. Park's mouth.
Yep.
Mr. Park.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I understand the question. I understand the argument put forward by the applicant about the way the charges should be levied. I'll say two things. Firstly, the Water Directorate of New South Wales guidelines are clear that it's based on gross floor area. Like any land use, a building might be a certain size and the activity might occur within a smaller area, but the guidelines talk about the gross floor area. Irrespective of that, the argument that only a portion of the site is used as a function centre, the rest of the building would still be categorised under the Water New South Wales Directorate guidelines as either an education facility or an entertainment facility. And if we had have applied those calculations in accordance with the guidelines, the development would have been levied over and above what they've been levied. So the staff have done everything within their delegation and within the framework of council's policies and the guidelines to be as lenient as possible in terms of imposing contributions, but we are bound by council's policy, and the report before you provides council options to move away from that policy. But at a staff level, we're bound to levy in accordance with council's policy.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I was just, I believe this, if this DA goes ahead and gets reviewed in 18 months, if the developer decides to take up our option and paid the half $35,000, what would happen in 18 months' time if under the review it was refused? Would there be a refund, or what would happen there?
Through the chair, no. Once you pay your contributions and activate your consent, you're not entitled to a refund on anything.
Okay.
Can I follow up? Can that 18 months be varied, Mr. Pepping?
Through the chair, by application as a modification application to the original consent. So yes, you can.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley, you've asked a question.
Just a question to staff, if I may, in relation to the motion that I put forward. It would seem the issue is this: that you just put up the motion with the 50%, but it's not in the business paper here. That's just gone up last 2 minutes. But may I ask a question, and is, can we change condition 14 and state that it's 1 in tenant in my amendment, which works out about $22,000, $21,000 odd dollars? Can we leave condition 14 in, but just change the amount to 1 in tenement?
Yeah, well, that can be put up. It's a variation to the policy, I suppose. But
well, it's not consistent with council's policy and the practice that we use.
But it's not illegal to put it up.
I'm also being advised that it may not be lawful.
But could you explain why?
Just hold on. There is a clarification required here whether that can be lawfully put up.
Mr Mayor, perhaps a question to Councillor Turlin, and I'm trying to stay out of the debate because there is an amendment and a motion. You could achieve what Councillor Turlin wants to achieve by amending the percentage. It's a slightly different way of going about it. It's still via a donation. It's still via, I guess, no public notification. But if you wanted to achieve one tenement, then you'd have to increase the 50% to, let's say, 66%. And that would achieve what Councillor Turlin wants to do. And in my opinion, what it does is it provides transparency to the community that it is via a donation. And you don't, I guess, go against the policy and practice of council and the guidelines that we use.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose, if I may ask the question, that it says option 3 is to withdraw the modification application.
So can I
Yeah, I'll get that clarified from Mr. Pepping.
So for all intent and purposes, the modification is withdrawn and the proponent pays what is levied under the consent, but council would then give him a donation in return to offset those costs. So it doesn't then fetter any of council's policies and precedents that have been applied in the past.
Okay, so if I change option 2 to option 3, but just change the amount.
Correct, yes.
That would be the simplest way to go at this point. That's how I see it.
Well, that's correct. If you alter the...
Mr Mayor, my suggestion would be if that's what Councillor Turlin wants to achieve, he virtually alters the motion only by changing the percentage. Other than that, the amendment would be exactly the same as the motion. That's right.
So you've got to change the amendment from whatever percentage it is to whatever percentage you want.
So if Councillor Turlin is the equivalent of one tenement, then the amendment, and I'm being very careful not to get into the debate and trying to lead the witness, so to speak, but the amendment would be exactly the same as the motion, but you would include 66% as the proposed donation, and then obviously the figure will need to change rather than 50%.
Okay, so I just will put that to the seconder, if he can understand with what's going on at the moment.
Who seconded the motion?
Yeah, I do, Councillor Turlin, but it does make sense to move if the mover of the motion allows it to occur in option 2. Should we check that first?
Okay, please check that first.
To staff.
I think they're asking the mover whether they want to do that.
Yeah, Councillor Nelson, are we going to accept that?
Well, I think 50% is on the money. It's half of what the tenement costs are.
Okay.
All right, so the answer is no. That is that the motion stands that basically the council is donating half the fees that are applicable to the DA.
I'm tempted to go 3/4.
You wish to speak to Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, the staff have done all they can to assist the developer, and we can't breach council's policy set up because the councillors set the policy. However, council can apply the community benefit to assist the applicant. Now, Councillor Turlin wasn't at the briefing session this afternoon. That's why there's a bit of confusion there. But my motion follows due process, which he can now say follows due process because he's gone to motion number 3 and just amended the amount. My motion complies with the policy. Now, what I've done in discussions with trying to come to the community benefit is that the 35,170.83 water and the 34,096.86 sewer are combined, and then we give the applicant 50% of community benefit, and then you have to go out via section 356 to the community to get the people to have their say on if they agree with that. So that's where I was going. Now, if councillors want to go with Councillor Scandrett and give 66%, which then increases the community
Point
benefit.
of order, it's not Councillor Scandrett.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Turlin, seconded by.
Point of order, Councillor Turlin and Councillor Andrews' amendment, the 66%, which translates into $46,308.46, which of course is ratepayers' money. So that's what the councillors now have to decide. What amount of community benefit do they want to give? And I'm saying that I think that the community would agree with a 50% community benefit as opposed to a 66% community benefit, because that's quite a very large community benefit. So I'll let the others have their say now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Halstead. Are you speaking for or against? Sorry, Councillor Halstead.
I'm against everything. How's that one grab you?
Okay, you're against.
Yeah, look, I'm firmly against doing either of these. I'm not negative to the people involved or the councils. I understand why they're doing what they're doing, but you know, I just think again, it's not a not-for-profit. And why would we be supporting this development as distinct from any other one that we've had before us over the years, whether it be Mossvale, Middle or Barrel or whatever else? And I'm just fundamentally opposed to subsidising a development, full stop. And Peter so eloquently said just a while ago, this is ratepayers' money, which some of you people there say from time to time you're very concerned about. In fact, I think all of you said at some stage you're concerned about obviously the wastage of rates or the use of rates for things that, you know, may not be of great benefit. But, you know, I'm sorry, I can't support either of these. I'll be voting against both.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Any other speakers? Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Turlin. Are you speaking in favour or against, Councillor Scandrett?
I'm going to support the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then you have the right to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, this is for tours which bring in pensioners from across the Sydney and greater region, and they have a cupcake and pay their $20 odd to see one of the top 3 collections of mechanical music in the world. And it's here in Barrel. And of course, part of our tourism destination strategy is to encourage things like this. And all over the state, councils are now scrambling to make sure that they, post-COVID, are capitalising on the local tourism boom whilst international travel doesn't exist. This is a private collection, and it's only because Mr. Robson likes sharing it with people that he puts on those bus tours and functions, and he wants to do the occasional wedding and so on. It's a recovery of costs. He showed me details recently that put the lights on for a 1.5 hour bus tour by 60 people who come down on a bus with a toilet, that it's about $1,000 in electricity. And now you've been there, Mr. Mayor, you've seen it all up, and the staff have now been there. And yes, the electricity consumption is substantial. So do the maths. 60 people on a bus, $1,000, and he throws in a cupcake and a bit of a cup of tea. This is not a profit-generating thing. And quite frankly, the last year, courtesy of us, he's had it shut and he's just renovating other equipment in there, namely now the French carousel, which is the most magnificent thing. And the people are missing out on that because of the deliberations of this council. It is not a for-profit thing. It is a private collector with a workshop and a bit of a museum if you want to go there, but it is his storage place, like it was in Alexandria up in Sydney. It was a storage location where he had all of his private things. No different to many other people in the Highlands who have big sheds with motor cars in them and the like. So where are we on this? It's not a donation. It's really just an offset. If we had a policy that allowed us to assess it as low impact, that would be the case. And of course, he's got sitting over us, as Councillor McLaughlin touched on, the fact that in 18 months' time, once this consent is activated, he's got to go through all this again. Quite frankly, I'm surprised he's hung in this long. And I know that he has had offers from adjoining shires and others to take the collection, and they will pay for everything and provide premises for $1. So where are we on this, councillors? Are we going to support this guy or not? And I still hope that he takes up the offer.
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supporting the motion. Look, I hear what Councillor Halstead says, and in principle, I agree with that as well. I don't think this is a not-for-profit. It is a business, clearly. But I think if we go to the people and hear the voice of the community, if they want to make a contribution of ratepayers' funds into a business, then we need to hear about that. And I'd be hoping councillors like Councillor Scandrett go to the public and ask them, like he's done before with every other project that we've put out there. This is ratepayers' money that we're talking about. If there's an overwhelming support, if there's rallies in the park telling us that they want to invest residents' money into a business like this, I'll support it. But it's quite clearly it's not for profit.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Turland.
Well, may I ask a question to the staff before I start my debate?
I need to clarify a point.
Not to clarify the point. No, I understand that. I understand that. How many toilets and showers are actually in the current place now, the building?
Mr. Pepping as well, sir?
Do you know? No.
We don't have the answer to that question, Councillor Teller.
Okay, well then I will start now if I may, thank you.
Thank you.
The issue is this. There is showers on site that will never be used again at this point because it was an industrial building for industrial use. This is not an industrial use now. This is a passion by a man who's put millions aside to produce this. We started off with the intenements of $260,000. Then it went down to $66,000. And now I'm asking it should be one intenement. We started off at 13.5 intenements and then went down to 3.175 intenements and now to one. It simplifies the issue by making it back to intenements. How we ever got to 13 point something intenements and then 3.175 intenements is beyond me. It's either one, not a half, not a quarter. But anyway, at the end of the day, what I've worked out from the mathematics in front of us from 66 minus 46, or 69 minus 46 is 22,900, which is one intenement, which is what we charge for any sewer and water upgrades. There is no upgrades here. The usage, what's been saying is that it might be used more often by buses that come in. That's why we're going to charge him. We're going to charge him a lot of money for people that might use the toilet because there's no showers there for the public. This does not make sense at all. We had our Destination Southern Highlands Summit on the 18th of December, of which some parties fell asleep at and some kept going. There is no need to not comply with our Southern Highlands destination strategy. This meets the requirements. If we don't go forward with a reasonable process and dollars, we will lose this gentleman. We will lose him. He will go somewhere else. It would seem that we have an opportunity to help both sides, the community with a payment and the applicant showing that we are supporting him as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. Any other speakers? All right, then I'll ask Councillor Nelson, do you wish to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the community development is tied up in the tourism. So that's where that comes from. We've done it before with the theatre at Bowral. So it's not as if we're doing this for the first time. The people visiting are using the toilet. So I do agree with Councillor Scandrett, but council has a policy and the council staff have to follow the policy. We're now working around the policy by using a community benefit. Councillor Whipper is right. This is a business and we get to hear the people speak under Section 365. They can now tell us what they want. And when this first came about, there was a great deal of community support for the applicant. There hasn't been as much this time. In fact, I haven't received any correspondence from anyone about the application. So it's not the toilets and the showers, it's the floor space that is the issue here. And that's been told to us by the staff. Doesn't matter if the showers aren't being used, it's the floor space. It's quite simple. Staff applied the policy with the reduction. And now council is applying a further reduction. All the councillors have to decide is do they want 50% or do they want 66%? And it probably could have been sorted out much better if Councillor Turland had been able to be at the session this afternoon. Anyway, we'll put it to the vote and see how we go.
Just a point of order. If Councillor Nelson's making statements that I might not have been there, I was at the council chambers.
Thank you.
And told to leave, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. All those, you have two recommendations. You have one, the amendment moved by Councillors Turland and Andrews, and then the motion moved by Councillors Nelson and McLaughlin. I'll put the amendment first. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. In favour of the amendment, that's Councillors, Councillor Whipper, Councillors Turland, Andrews, McLaughlin, Councillors Scandrett, Turland and Andrews. Those against the amendment is Councillors McLaughlin, Nelson, Halstead, Whipper and Gare. I declare the amendment lost. I now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your card. Councillors Whipper, McLaughlin, Andrews, Gare and Nelson. I declare the motion carried. No against. Councillors Turland and Halstead. I declare the motion.
And did Councillor?
Yes, Councillor Scandrett, did you abstain? No. Voted for. Thank you. Okay, we now move to 9.4. Modification, subdivision, boundary adjustment of 15 Marketplace, and Ms. Claudia Novetti will address council in support of this recommendation. Sorry, we've held you there for so long, but we connecting you now, so you're coming in. Okay, good afternoon. Oh, good evening, yes, it is good evening now. Can you hear me, Ms. Novetti?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to, it's been a while. You've waited there patiently. I'll let you commence now and you have 5 minutes, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity today to talk. My name is Claudia Novati. I'm a civil engineer in Bowral and I have prepared the plans for this proposed modification. I'd like to start, I guess, just on a factual basis, which as an engineer, I guess I've got no sort of emotiveness in this. I'm just sort of going on what the conclusion from council staff is. So the conclusions in the council staff have said that the proposed modification is considered likely to cause significant negative environmental, and in brackets, safety impacts and is considered to be directly contrary to the public interest. I'll keep myself focused on the second part of that sentence, which contrary to public interest, I believe is incorrect. So when you go to page 91 of the agenda, there's a neighbour notification section, which I have in front of me the neighbour notification letter, which was sent to council on the 13th of October 2020. The second item on the letter says, as an owner of 1 Argyle Street and an affected party to the subject property, I wish to raise my objection to council's requirements for the roadway servicing our property and the subject property. I understand council is asking Mr. Blay to reconstruct Argyle Street south of Marketplace as a bitumen sealed road with a width of 4 metres with 1.2 metre shoulders for the 45 metre run from Marketplace to the crest of the downhill run, and a width of 5.5 metres for the 13 metre downhill run. I consider such a roadway inappropriate and potentially dangerous. Something must have got misconstrued, or possibly it was just accidentally typed, but at the end of the neighbour notification section, council staff had written, in summary, we note the concerns from the resident, and for this and other reasons have recommended that this application be refused. So that's my first thing. The second thing I'd like to comment, I guess, on the environmental safety impacts, which the items that council staff had raised are fair. There is one that they've raised safety issues. So it says here that safety issues for council owned and managed sealed roads. We have assumed a few of these safety issues. I'm assuming one of the safety issues is the unsealed proposed turning head and the no proposed shoulders. I'll start with the turning head. We agree that that should be sealed. It was originally proposed not to be sealed to be in keeping with the heritage, Berrima Heritage DCP, which we'll go through later. So we agree that that should be sealed and can be, and that's not an issue for us, and that's something that can be proposed. The road shoulders, I guess, was something that we're proposing in this instance only gets considered as not appropriate. The safety concerns, I guess, shoulders from an engineering point of view have two functions. They're structural functions. They assist the pavement in terms of structural stability, and it's a safety function. We've got a road here that's a rural road. There's 2 lots currently that are on the road. It will be 3 lots accessing the road. The ADT is less than 150 vehicles per day, and the existing carriageway is 3 metres wide. The site distances are really good. I did provide photos. I'm hoping everyone's seen them. The site distances are good and the verges are very solid. We're talking, we hit rock at 100 mil down. So from a structural point of view, the pavement itself doesn't need shoulders as such because we're proposing concrete edge flush curbs. So the pavement will be safe. We are widening the pavement. It's currently 3 metres. We're proposing for it to be 4.5 sealed, sorry. And then the safety reasons for them wanting it to be there, the shoulders, well, we do have adequate site distance. We've got adequate space for somebody to potentially go to the side of the road and not ruin the pavement. So where the verges are flat, erratic vehicles can go there. So I guess from our perspective, number one, the safety concerns, while we understand that it's not with council standard, we believe in this case it should be considered as appropriate.
Thank you.
Easy. Yep.
Yes, your time
Thank you.
expired, Ms. Devetti, but will you take questions?
Yes, I will.
Okay, question, Councillor Turlin.
We have 2 plans here at the moment, one with a turning circle and one with a reversing bay at the top. Which one is the one we're using?
The turning head, so it should be, there's a turning head when you say at the top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there's
where
a square turning head is the one we're proposing for the modification. Yeah.
so that would be turned into tar seal, yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Can somebody explain to me where the boundary is in relation to where you've got DD1, where the drain is?
Council staff, Mr. Wilson. Can you repeat the question again, please, Councillor?
Yeah, on page 97 of the plans, there's two struck lines across DD1. I'd imagine DD1 is a drain, a surface drain, just before the... So is that the boundary or not the boundary?
That is the boundary.
That is the boundary.
So this is a private road from the DD1 down towards the river.
Yes, that's my understanding from our inspection.
There's two separate DD1s. So there's one DD1.
Mr. Wilton, can you speak up, please?
Sorry. Mr. Wilton? Through the chair. There is two DD1s there. One DD1 is next to the turning bay on Argyle Street. There's another DD1 that's further down, actually on the actual hammerhead itself. So I just need clarification as to which DD1 you're referring to. So if it's the one on Argyle Street, that's actually a council public road. It goes all the way down to the river.
Yeah, no, I understand. So that's a council road from on page 97 of the plans.
Yes.
So that's not a private road. That's council's road that runs from DD1 towards the creek.
That is
river.
correct.
So could that be turned into a private road if the applicant wishes to apply to buy that section and then be fully responsible for that section?
So she applies to council for road closure and subject to council approval, that take place.
That's correct to where DD1 on plan 97 is.
Council staff.
Well, that does be a matter for the landowner, Mr. Mayor, as to whether if they want to acquire part of the public road, it'll be up to them as to which part they want to acquire.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get a solution here. Because obviously that road can't go across the river as it is now because it's a paper road.
Well, I won't get in the comment other than, as Mr. Paul said, you can ask the applicant that, but that is not really dealing with the issue at the moment.
Can I ask a question to the Claudia, please? Your thoughts on that?
In relation to purchase of road and closure,
yeah,
Mr. Vetty.
It's possible. It's not really my expertise or my. I really can't give my opinion on it. Besides it, yeah, of course it would be possible. Is it the solution? I'm not sure because that strip is actually at a grade of 25%. It's doing what it's doing now, I guess. So I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's really a question not for me as such. Yeah. I guess it is possible, but yeah.
Councillor Halstead, then Councillor Whipper.
Yeah, just on the issue of the road, it's an appropriate question by Councillor Turlman, but council needs to be very careful here because you might want to talk about a private road, but almost every private road in this state that's been that to start with has ended up a public road by usage. So you need to be careful under the Roads Act. I wouldn't even pursue that thought because it's just not going to be a reality.
Okay, that's yes. Councillor Whipper.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Novati, you've obviously read the report that's before us. I just wanted clarification. We have two options before us, option 1 and option 2. Is the proposal you're putting forward covered in option 2?
Yes, it would be because I guess we're proposing the modification with a slight with the sealing of the turning head, which was proposed to be gravel. So that is a compromise, I guess, from us, but we're still proposing no shoulders, I guess, is the biggest issue at the moment.
Right.
The no shoulders in Argyle Street. So yes, but there is still that issue of no shoulders, which is what we're proposing to keep in keeping with heritage and the site conditions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Turlin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. The condition of the road at the moment, it's a gravel road, I take it, and it meets the DCP in Berrima. So you're suggesting that you would just seal the turning circle? Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
The condition of the current road is a 3 metre wide, not great condition, sealed road. So it actually is sealed. Yep, it's sealed for the portion. So we're proposing to upgrade that seal, widen the road, and also provide a turning head.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Turlin.
If there's no other speaker, I'll move option 2.
Still questions from Councillor Whipper and Councillor.
I'll second that.
Hold off yet, please, councillors. Councillor Whipper.
Sorry?
Question?
No. I was, I thought that Councillor Turlin moved option 2. I was going to second that.
Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you. Question for the speaker. So this, as a public road with access, walking access down to the river, will be preserved under your proposal?
Preserved and upgraded, and possibly not requiring as much maintenance. It needs maintenance at the moment, and this would be less maintenance for council as well. Yes.
And could you explain how that access past where the bollards and garden beds and bushes, pedestrian access down to the river would be provided without going onto either private land on each side?
Sure, that's a good question. So the extension that goes down past our proposed turning head to the, sorry, I've got a plan in front of me, but there is a pathway. It is shown in grey on the plan. It's on the eastern side of the, so as we've got the turning head and we head towards the river, it's on the left-hand side, I guess. There's a pathway. Which
is that part of the upgrade, please, Mr. Navati?
Well, that's there currently, and it's doing fine. And yes, we will tie it in, but it's not getting upgraded as such. It's just remaining as is. Yeah, and just being tied in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Navati, and we will put you in the waiting room. And thank you for taking part in the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So there is a recommendation moved by Councillor Turlin, seconded by Councillor Whipper, and that is up on the screen. Councillor Turlin.
Yes, if I may. Thank you. So looking at the plans that have been performed, they're pretty detailed. I think the only concern is the steepness of that section of the road, which would seem to be still part of council's owned land, which is why I brought up the question about transferring that to the owners and as a transfer from the public roads section. But that's not going to happen under this particular requirement at the moment. It might happen later. So the thing is, this particular road is there now. This is a chance to fix up the area that council will own, the road itself. It is still half tarred at the moment or sealed. This provides a turning bay at the top, which is perfect, which will be sealed now. So I think there is a positive outcome in this proposal at this point for all parties and also for the environment at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Halstead, then councillor.
Yeah, just a simple one, Mr. Mayor. I'll remind the councillors there that the proposal that's talked about here, which is the concrete edge beams at ground level, which is really good, is has been quite commonly done all through Burradoo. And if you go down any street that's got that, and the street where I live is one of them, there's absolutely no deterioration whatsoever of the seal road. So it's a good proposition.
Thank Councillor Whipper.
Just speaking in favour of the recommendation, Mr Mayor, I think this is a good compromise, a good outcome, and goes a long way to doing the best we can to maintain the ambience, the characteristics of the Berrima village. So I think it's a win-win, and I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. So are there any more speakers? Then I put the recommendation as moved by Councillors Turland and Whipper. All in favour? And it's carried unanimously. And thank you, Councillor Staff. It's not an aspersion against you. You just followed the policy. 9.5, development application interim wastewater treatment system in relation to urban release, Chelsea Gardens and Lavelle Street, Comungie.
Introduction, Mr Mayor, please.
No, we have a speaker. Mr Paul Hume will address the council in support of this development. Are you there, Mr Hume?
I was locked out of the meeting, Mr Mayor.
Oh, who cares?
No, he wasn't. That's not correct, Mr Mayor. Could I correct that statement?
Councillor Scandrett, you are continuing on with this issue. While we're letting Mr Hume in, I'll ask Mr Paul to address your comments.
Look, just to clarify, councillors, I've sought advice from the staff, and the advice I've got is that councillors come into the waiting room and then they're admitted to the meeting. Now, my understanding is that Councillor Scandrett, you were admitted to the meeting, your link dropped out, you came back into the waiting room. We were going through that process a number of times because of a poor connection. As soon as we were able to get you back into the meeting, we did. So you were not locked out. It was a matter of, I guess, advice I've got is that link to your property obviously is causing problems.
Mr Mayor, I never got into the initial meeting. The rest probably is correct.
Yeah. Mr Hume, you have 5 minutes to address the your issue, so away you go. No,
Can't hear you.
You're right. You
can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So sorry to keep you waiting, but away you go. You have your 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak for the proposed development on behalf of the applicant. As outlined by the officer's report, this application seeks approval to construct and operate an interim wastewater treatment system over the Stage 5 master plan area of the Chelsea Gardens Comungie Lands precinct. Whilst this interim wastewater system has a capability to service up to 385 lots, approval is only being
public speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Hume.
Okay. Whilst this interim wastewater system has a capability to service up to 385 lots, approval is only being sought to service the Stage 1 residential subdivision, which represents less than half of this system's capacity. The treatment system will be decommissioned upon the upgraded Moss Vale sewage treatment plant being available to receive wastewater from Stage 1. Having read the officer's report, we agree with its overall conclusions that the temporary treatment system will not result in unacceptable environmental impacts. We highlight that Water New South Wales has determined, based on a site inspection and the information provided about the proposed treatment system, that it can achieve a neutral or beneficial effect on water quality, and that it would concur with Council granting conditional consent to the application. Also, no submissions resulted from Council's public consultation on the application. For clarification and assistance, we would like to take this opportunity to comment on responses by Heritage New South Wales and the EPA as referred to in the report. In respect to Heritage New South Wales, we have obtained and provided additional and independent heritage advice in respect to the matters raised by Heritage New South Wales. This was provided on the 23rd of December 2020. The additional independent advice concludes that the proposed works would have negligible to no impact on potential Aboriginal sites. The recommended conditions of consent will ensure any potential for impact or harm to Aboriginal objects is negated. In respect to the EPA, the report correctly advises that no response from the EPA was received. It is worth noting, however, that the EPA would have no licensing or regulatory role in the operation of the temporary treatment system, as it is a non-scheduled activity under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act. Further, any potential impacts that may have been of some interest to the EPA have been addressed by Water New South Wales conditions of concurrence and the recommended engineering conditions. In concluding, we commend and support the recommendations of the report that Council approve the development application by way of deferred commencement approval, and that the recommended conditions of approval limit the interim system's availability to stage 1 only, and that it is decommissioned once adequate capacity is available at the Moss Vale sewage treatment plant to connect and receive wastewater from stage 1. Thanks once again for the opportunity to address you today. If you have any questions or require any clarification of matters today, I'd be happy to assist if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Hume, and I can see one card up already. Councillor Scandrett to Mr. Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask why, I noted stage 1, which is 186 homes, and yet you're suggesting it'll have a capacity of 385. Why is that? And 2, what would be the process of decommissioning? What would that involve?
You allow one question, Councillor Scandrett.
Sorry, I'll take out the word 2, and it is all one question.
Mr. Hume.
Okay, the system has been designed principally on because it's a packaged treatment system, and that's how it's put together in particular modules. And at the end of the day, that's what the system can cater for. Further to that, the reference to 385 lots is also a reference to the availability of irrigation area to service the system. We're not suggesting that we want to utilise that full capacity. We only want to go to 173 residential lots, which is the stage 1 application. In respect to decommissioning, I'm not an expert in wastewater systems, but I understand it would be a matter of, firstly, well, obviously the subdivision lots have to be connected to the Moss Vale plant before anything happens. And then from there, it's a matter of deconstructing the equipment that is on site, removing the infrastructure, and then subsequent to that, any other tests that need to be done in respect to the property. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Hume. Any other further questions, Councillor Turlin?
So is this just a off-the-shelf pre-packaged sewage treatment system?
As I understand it, Councillor Turlin, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll put you in the waiting room, Mr. Hume. Thank you very much for your input. And I'm looking for a recommendation from councillors. Councillor Turlin.
I move the recommendation.
And seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Is there any debate in relation to this? Councillor Scandrett, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, mine is a question just to council staff before we get into.
Sorry, before we go any further, question of the staff. You want an introduction?
Yes, please.
Just a brief and then a question. Yeah, thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Wilton.
Mr. Wilton. Through the Chair, the purpose of the report is to consider DA 210772, which seeks development consent for the purpose of the interim wastewater treatment plant at Chelsea Gardens, Kumunji, 32 level and 141 Yarra Road, Mossvale. Council be aware that the site was rezoned from E3 environmental management to R2 and R5 residential by the New South Wales Planning Department. The rezoning of the site has paved the way for a joint application to be lodged with council for the master plan of approximately 1,200 lots, including stage 1 of that master plan being
You're well, yes, as well.
open space.
Sorry, councillors, can you mute yourself if you're talking to someone in the background, please? Councillor, Mr. Wilton.
Since the lodgement of the master plan and stage 1 development application, the proponent has attempted to achieve satisfactory arrangements, including the preparation of a development control plan for the site, traffic modelling to satisfy council and transport for New South Wales, and also provision for sewer and water to service the site. The DCP has now been completed and adopted by council, and Transport for New South Wales are currently working through with the developer on achieving satisfactory arrangements for traffic and network upgrades. Council staff during the rezoning process were of the view that there was not sufficient capacity within the Mossvale sewer treatment plant. Any further development of the site would require significant upgrades of the plant to deal with additional load on the system. The upgrade works are in detailed design phase currently and are unlikely to be completed until 2024. Accordingly, the proponent is seeking to provide an on-site solution that will be utilised for sewage treatment and disposal until the broader headworks are completed. The master plan DA, which is 20227, is regionally significant development that is likely to be considered by the Southern Region Planning Panel in March, and in the absence of satisfactory arrangements being reached for sewer disposal, it is unlikely that that development application can be determined by the panel at this stage. The current proposal seeks to address the sewer capacity issues currently being experienced by the developer. The merits of the interim wastewater treatment solution include anoxic reactor tanks, activated sludge reactor tanks, sequence batch reactor tanks, chlorine reactor tanks, and also irrigation area of approximately 97,000 square metres within the identified stage 5. The proposed infrastructure will have the ability to service up to 385 residential lots over 3 stages of the commissioning. The proposal was notified for a period of 52 days and no submissions were received during that period. And accordingly, the application has been assessed and has been recommended for approval subject to the commencement conditions.
Councillors, questions? Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the speaker referred to the capacity of this system being 380 and stage 1 as being only half that capacity. What he's trying to do, obviously, is to get support for the stage 1 approval for the subdivision. What if he wanted to increase capacity by bringing forward stage 2? What happens? Is there a need for a new application?
Interested question through you, Mr. Paul, Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, this application is seeking consent for the purposes of stage 1 at this stage. However, if the Mossvale treatment plant does come online and the staging of the actual subdivision for stage 2 is ready for by 2024, then obviously there'll be no requirement to draw upon that interim wastewater treatment system. But if for whatever reason that the Mossvale treatment plant isn't available at that stage, well, then there is a possibility that they could potentially utilise this DA for the purposes of on-site disposal.
Would it have to come back for a stage 2 approval?
Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, stage 2 of the subdivision would have to be approved by council, but in relation to the actual treatment of sewer on the site, no, it would not have to come back before full council.
That's a bit, yeah, it's a bit of a concern then. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Scandrett.
Councillor Whipper was on the money with me on this one, and I would like to ask, were the approval today to limit the use of this treatment plant to 173 lots being stage 1, would that then mean that any addition to that would have to come back, Mr. Wilton?
Through you, Mr. Wilton.
Through the Chair, that is correct. If it was limited to only to stage 1, any further treatment would have to come back for full council.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that in the.
Thank you,
motion.
Councillor Sanders. Councillor Turland.
Where it says for the purpose of this DA for deferred commencement, does it not say stage 1 to service stage 1? First page, 99, purpose.
Through you, Mr. Paul, Mr. Wilton.
Through the Chair, yes, it does refer to stage 1, but there is capacity in the system to go up to 300 lots, which would enable it to display.
But the purpose of this approval is in front of you here now, as per attachment 1, is for stage 1.
So you need to put it into the conditions.
So just to clarify, Mr. Wilson, if I may, just without putting words in your mouth, my understanding of what you've said is that if this is approved, the on-site sewer treatment plant, the temporary treatment plant could meet 380 odd tenements. But for stage 2, they still need to come back to council to get a DA approved.
That's correct. And as part of the DA assessment process, we would have to consider satisfactory arrangements in terms of disposals.
Yeah, and I understand that. So you just clarified the point, but this particular approval is for stage 1. And if there's going to be an extension to stage 1 to stage 2, it's got to come back to council anyway to approve stage 2, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, I have just remembered I'm on the JRPP. I will not take part in the debate that may follow, and I'll ask Councillor Andrews to return to the chair, please, as I'm going to declare an interest and leave the chamber and not vote or partake in the debate.
Okay, councillors.
Put the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Whipper.
I wanted to just add a point 2 to the motion. So if that can be included, or if not, I'll move it as an amendment, Mr. Chair. And that second point, if I could just read it out for the councillors' endorsement, is that this interim wastewater approval be restricted to stage 1 development only.
Happy with that, Councillor McLaughlin?
Oh, Councillor Turland is the mover. I'm only the second.
Councillor Turland.
Well, just to clarify it again to the staff, is that not in this approval already?
I'll just ask Mr. Wilton to make a quick comment, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Through the Chair, if councillors, if you turn to page 113 of the report proceedings, it's about under condition 6, a decommissioning plan. So I think that condition 6 will satisfy council's concerns that the plan has to be decommissioned prior to the subdivision certificate being issued for stage 2. So that's
that'll do. So you don't need it.
So it wouldn't hurt to have it in there then.
But it's already in there.
But it's in there. It doesn't hurt just to reiterate that.
Accept the motion or not?
So if Councillor Turland doesn't want to accept that, I'll move that as an amendment. That's all.
Yeah. Councillor Turland.
I'll move it as an amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll second the amendment. And I'd like to think that it says 173 allotments.
Have we got that up? We're sure of the amendment.
We just haven't. Did it look like it would?
If somebody's speaking, it shouldn't have their mic
Who is
on.
that? Councillor McLaughlin. Thank you.
I'm muted.
I did that, councillor.
Well, Mr. Chair, he's got someone speaking in the background. That's interrupting the actual speakers.
Councillor McLaughlin, is someone in the room with you at the moment speaking?
Maybe a lady's voice is at Councillor Nelson's.
Let's carry on, councillor.
Well, I'll just mute, suggesting you.
We're in debate, councillor Scandrett.
Could I just clarify something, please, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, councillor Nelson.
If councillor Whippers wants to put in point 2 in the amendment, would it be more appropriate to put item 6, as it says, prior to the issue of any construction certificate, a decommissioning plan is to be issued to council for approval. This plan is to be commenced prior to the issue of subdivision certificate for stage 2, which is point number 6 in the attachment 1. That's what he is saying. Is that correct?
Possibly why you don't need it.
Councillor,
yeah, that's why you don't need it.
That's right.
I don't see why it's offensive then.
Well, it's just not necessary, Councillor Whipper.
Motion anyway.
Yeah.
No, I've been around too long, councillors. I've seen the loopholes.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Turner, you wish to speak on your motion? Councillor Turner?
No, just put the motion.
We go to the amendment
Put
first.
the amendment first. If there's no debate, if there has to be a debate, I'll wrap it up at the end.
Councillor Whipper?
Councillor Scanner wants to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think this is important, councillors, to have this amendment with the extra detail in it. And I still would like to see the number 170, Councillor Whipper. And I'll tell you why, councillors, because you may not be aware, but we are now reducing the amount of online records of meeting minutes and agendas. And currently, I think it's only going to be 4 years. And I obviously am going to be advocating that we maintain the current record depth so that people...
Councillor Scandrett, we're not sure where you're going. Are you asking the mover, Councillor Whipper, to change the amendment?
I'm speaking for the amendment. I'd like him to add, after the word stage 1 subdivision of 173 lots.
Yeah.
And then I'm speaking to this.
I'm happy to accept that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The point being that in the future, these will become very important, these records, because if not all old business papers are available easily to the public and to the media, then we won't have these fine points there, because most of us will have moved on maybe by then. I don't know. So I'm supporting this. Thank you, Councillor Whipper, for putting it up.
Councillor Turlin's happy for the motion to be put. Any other speakers on the amendment? Before I put the amendment, all those in favour? Councillor Whipper, Councillor Scandrett, Councillor Halstead. Those against? Councillor Nelson, McLaughlin, Turlin. Who have I missed? I'm against. Okay. I now put the motion, gentlemen, councillors. Yeah. Those in favour? Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Turlin, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Halstead, Councillor Andrews. Those against? Councillor Whipper and Councillor Scandrett. I declare the motion carried.
Agenda is not a record of the decisions of council. No, that's what the minutes are. That's what the minutes are to be reflective.
Page
128, 11.1.
Introduction, Mr. Mayor.
11.1 tender for refurbishment Barrel Hall. Councillor McLaughlin.
Introduction, please, Mr. Mayor.
I'm looking for a recommendation.
Okay, I'll move recommendation 2 that Barrel Memorial Hall be considered in closed council.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Turlin.
I'd like to put an amendment up that it gets deferred until the public and the stakeholders engage with council.
That will be a motion.
I'll second that.
And Councillor Scandrett has seconded.
I need a seconder for my motion.
Well, you really can't. What you have to do as Councillor McLaughlin is have a look at the recommendation in the closed business paper. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor McLaughlin, I'm more than willing to second your recommendation, providing we go with that it be dealt with now in open council.
Well, you can't really do.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do is move the recommendation in relation to the report in the closed committee, which is the council that'll be.
Mr. Mayor,
I can have it considered in closed, can't I?
Yeah.
That's what I've asked for.
Yeah, well, excuse me, Councillor Scandrett. Councillor McLaughlin, you didn't get a seconder that would be considered in closed. Councillor Andrews is moving the recommendation in closed, or the option. In relation, he's moving option 1, adopts the recommendation that is in the close.
It hasn't got a seconder, so
I'm seconding, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Turlin's motion was seconded before anyone else's. So it actually is the motion.
That's correct, Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Turlin's is the motion. Councillor Andrews is the amendment, which is option 1, which is
seconded by Councillor.
Seconded by Councillor Nelson, which is accepting the tender as in the closed report. So, Councillor Turlin, you have the right to speak to your recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to give an introduction.
Oh, yes, introduction
Now,
first. Where's?
Councillors, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Councillors, it was proposed to give an introduction in relation to a little bit of the history around the Barrel Memorial Hall and how the project is where it is today. The introduction will not be in relation to consideration of the tender, because the tender is currently in a closed report. So that introduction will be solely around that little bit of history and how we got to today, and that's a matter for councillors to where it goes with the report. So I'm going to ask Rachel Ford, if I may, to make an introduction.
Yes, and before Rachel does, that no matter within the closed report can be debated. Only questions in relation to Ms. Ford's presentation. Ms. Ford?
How are you?
Thank you, through the chair. Good evening, councillors. On October 28th, 2015, council resolved 4 items. That the primary purpose of the Barrel Memorial Hall be confirmed as a concert hall for unamplified music, centre of excellence for music, and part of the cultural infrastructure of the Shire. That a refurbishment project for Barrel Memorial Hall that improves the hall's qualities and facilities for this purpose be commenced immediately. That the plan for the refurbishment, whereby works are completed according to the short-term, immediate, and long-term strategies, is adopted. And that it be noted that the refurbishment of Barrel Memorial Hall as a concert hall does not prevent the hall from being booked and used for other purposes. The Barrel Memorial Hall refurbishment project has been specifically listed in Council's delivery program 2017 to 2021 and annual operational plans each year from 2017-18 to the current financial year. That responds to item 3 of the resolution. During this period, council engaged a principal design consultant with particular experience and expertise in performing arts venues to develop a concept design. The brief was to meet council's vision for a modern, comfortable, acoustically excellent, accessible, and well-equipped concert hall that has a focus on accommodating the performance of unamplified music. That responds to items 1 and 2 of the resolution, and is available for other cultural and community uses, responding to the final item of the resolution. The redevelopment proposal obtained DA approval in 2018, and a further section 455 modification of consent was approved in 2019. In developing the design, council undertook community engagement activities, including key stakeholder input from the current hall users and broader public exhibition during an extended DA notification period. Community kiosks were also held at the hall. The design includes flexible seating and stage configurations for a variety of modes of use, including large and small ensemble music modes, choral, presentation, and theater. In presentation mode, the facility can accommodate a maximum of 338 audience seats, and in a typical orchestral or large ensemble mode, the hall will provide 238 audience seats and approximately 60 musicians. Council also engaged an acoustics engineer with particular experience in music venues, who confirmed that there are a number of design inclusions that result in the overall improvement of sound quality for performances of unamplified music. Following 2 unsuccessful grant applications to the New South Wales Regional Cultural Fund, Council was ultimately successful in obtaining $2.8 million in funding from the Commonwealth Government's Building Better Regions Fund Round 4. The funding was approved based on the current detailed design, DA, multifunctional use, acoustics improvements, and cost. The grant has strict delivery deadlines, and any review of the design could put the funding at risk. With the required approvals and full project funding now in place, the Bowral Memorial Hall refurbishment project is ready to proceed to construction.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Ford? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ford, for that. Look, we did have a presentation earlier by Mrs. Roma Dix. I was just wondering if you can tell us whether an acoustic shelter is included in the design inclusions to as requested by the Southern Highland Orchestra and Band.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Ms. Ford?
Yes, we can confirm that the acoustic shell is an inclusion in the project.
Thank you.
Councillor Whipper, and then Councillor Scandrett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So when Councillor McLaughlin and Ms. Dix referred to the sound shell, is that something other than just the backdrop? I got the impression that it was also to stop the acoustics from being absorbed into the roof as well. So is that the case? It's a complete shell?
Thank you. Good question, Councillor Whipper, through you, Mr. Paul and Ms. Paul.
Just to clarify, I'll let Ms. Ford answer, but my understanding of what Councillor Whipper is talking about, there are 2 issues. There is the operable wall that closes off the back of house, but there's also the ability with that operable wall in place to also utilise this acoustic shell as an additional way of improving, I guess, the quality of the unamplified music.
Okay.
Right. So it stops that sound from dissipating up into the roof space.
Ms. Ford, through Mr. Paul.
Okay, through the chair, thank you. What the operable wall does is forms a shoebox type shape that will prevent any of the sound from released. Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello, there's a bit of background there.
Looks like Councillor Whipper might have dropped out.
Can you hear Councillor Whipper?
Yeah, looks like he's frozen.
We'll just go. Okay, can you?
It happens to others.
Can you hear Councillor Whipper? No, we're having trouble with Councillor Whipper at the moment, so we'll.
No, I was breaking up there a bit, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether it's my connection or the
Well, so good on you. Thank you, Councillor Whipple. We will go back and Ms. Fort will recommence the answer again.
Okay, thank you through the chair. What the consultant has designed is an operable wall that meets the ceiling of the 4-stage area of the stage, which will prevent the sound from being dissipated up into the open space above the stage. What the acoustic shells will do is allow for orchestral groups to set up further into the stage area, and they form a shell shape that will, in theory, make the sound bounce forward and not be lost in the high space above the stage.
So there's two options, Councillor Whipper. One would be using which would bring the orchestra further forward. The other option would be not to use the operable wall, but to use the acoustic shell, and the orchestra would sit further back. But the acoustic shell would then provide that, I guess, pushing the amplified music out into the hall. So there's two options.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor, well, I think Councillor Halstead had his, did you have your card up earlier, Councillor? No.
It was me.
Yeah, Councillor Scandra, Councillor Turlin, Councillor Nelson.
So what you're saying, Mr. Paul, about this acoustic shell is that if you're using the back wall and the top of the acoustic shell, you can put performers, musical performers, such as the symphony, over the whole stage, not using the back for a green room. And I'd like you to comment on the proscenium as part of that answer, please. How much of it are you removing?
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. I don't know whether that can be answered.
I don't think we can answer the third part of what the question. I'll ask Ms. Ford again to speak about the operable wall and the acoustic shell, just to repeat the two options.
This seems to be one of the biggest contentions about the music being lost by poor acoustics. And this is the one that I think really needs to be nailed. Ms. Ford.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Once again, the operable wall where it meets the ceiling of the 4-stage area will form a box shape. So it will be completely a sealed area where the music will only be able to go forward into the auditorium. The sound shells are movable shells that interconnect together to form a wall shape with a ceiling overhead. Now, that option won't form a full box, but it will have the effect of pushing the music into the auditorium as well. And that will allow for people to set up further into the stage area, as Councillor Scandrick made the comment. And yes, they would lose the ability to use a green room in that case on the stage, but it would allow for more musicians on the stage.
And the retractable seating, Ms. Ford, does it represent, do people know how much it's going to cost within the tenders you've sought?
Don't have that answer this evening, Councillor.
I'm not asking what it is, I'm just asking if it's been specified separately.
Councillor Scandra, I'll take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice. Councillor Nelson, then Councillor.
Councillor Halstead, I think.
No, he didn't want one.
Okay, my question is, what's the capacity of the hall, and what's the capacity of the hall with the patrons and artists?
So, Councillor Nelson, what I'll ask Ms. Ford to do is to tell you what the current capacity is and what the proposed capacity is under the redesign.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ford.
Thank you through the chair. So the current capacity under the place of public entertainment license is 300 persons total for the facility. But through the DA, the principal design consultant demonstrated a variety of modes, which would have different occupancies. The maximum occupancy for audience seats is 338 audience seats, and that's in presentation mode. So you can imagine a speaker at a lectern at the front of the hall would allow for the most maximum number of seats.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be wanting to move a foreshadowed amendment. Thanks.
Okay, Council, I've got a question. Oh, Councillor Turlin, then I have a question, actually.
It would seem that the opponent who spoke today obviously doesn't have the same view that council has amplified music, because the statement made by a very worthy speaker was that it would lose it up to the ceiling. Did you hear that speaker this morning or earlier this afternoon when she spoke?
Through you, Mr. Paul, to Ms. Ford.
Well, again, Councillor Turlin, I'll allow Ms. Ford to respond, but it's Ms. Dix raised questions about losing the sound up into the stage area at the back of the hall. We've addressed that by talking about the optimal wall option and the acoustic shell option.
Yes, but it would seem that Ms. Dix doesn't, and the rest of the committee don't understand that.
Well, with the greatest respect, there's been a number of presentations over the last 2 years, I would say, where that information has been provided to both council and on a couple of occasions members of the community that are connected with both the band and the orchestra.
I have
with my motion, I'd like to add.
Councillor Turlin,
I'd like to add, who hasn't been written in there as yet, and that is to defer it and
mute everyone. Councillor Turlin, you are coming through very poor connection. So we'll come back to you because we didn't get your question.
I think my odds are right. Is that better?
We'll try it again. We didn't get your question.
May I add to the motion that I put forward that, as it says, deferred until the community and the stakeholders meet to work through their concerns in relation to the plans over the next fortnight. 2 weeks. Yes. Stakeholders are a little bit sort of mucked up.
Within the next fortnight.
Right, can I, that's your addition. I'd like to ask a question. There have been concerns raised that by putting in the retractable seats, that it will affect the acoustics and also the fact that it would be very congested. Could you address those comments, please?
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a brief comment and then if Ms. Ford needs to add to it. But this matter was actually something that was addressed in this very room with an information session with councillors, with members of the public present in the room. And the question was asked of the acoustic engineer, in his professional opinion, based on the work that he has done, as to whether the box, I'll call it, at the back of the hall, which is where these retractable seats will be folded up into, would have any adverse effect on the performance of unamplified music. And I remember the response very clearly, and the response was it would have no negative impact. In his opinion, it would probably have a slightly improved impact on the performance of unamplified music, because the glass doors at the back of the hall would no longer be there as a, I guess, for the echo, I guess. So in his opinion, and I do remember his statement, it would provide a slightly better experience for unamplified music. And that's what the expert provided that advice to council.
Thank you. Ms. Ford, would you like to make any comments as well?
Yeah, I'll do through the chair. Is that all right, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I also just wanted to make the comment that there are a number of other things that we're undertaking in this project to improve acoustics, the removal of the existing vermiculite ceiling, replacement with a hard ceiling, changing out the windows and the doors. There's a few number of things that were recommended to us in an independent acoustic report way back at the very beginning of all of this. That are being acted on in this project. So the overall net effect of all of it together has been confirmed by the acoustics engineer to be an improvement for unamplified music.
Thank you. Councillor Scandrick, you're asking another question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the comment about the reflection off the glass doors, well, of course, they have curtains in front of them, but I'm concerned, and I want to ask this question. Is there any support for the actual retractable seating, bearing in mind that the various user groups spoke against it and would continue to do so? What is the basis for, say, $500,000 worth of expenditure? I'm just guessing.
Thank you.
Is there support? Where's the support?
Thank you, Councillor Scandrick. Well, my understanding is that you don't have to use it. You can take in your own chairs. But I'll ask through the chair, through Mr. Paul, to get a response from staff.
Ms. Ford, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. It was recommended to us through the independent performing arts expert that a modern facility such as this would at minimum have an item such as the retractable tiered seating. It was included in our grant application to the Building Better Regions Fund as helping to make the facility multi-use, which is again one of the outcomes we were seeking for this project. And while we understand that certain stakeholders don't prefer to use it, that was what drove the decision to ensure it was retractable so it needn't be used. And we also made the decision not to have fixed seating in the hall full stop so that the flexibility of use could be intact.
Yes, but it's now it's a heritage hall with no centre aisle and no vista. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, any other comments? Then thank you, Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering whether we're going to be continuing to be interrupted the whole evening or the rest of the evening by Councillor Scandrick. He seems to want to be the quasi chairman of this meeting, and that concerns me because no matter what comment goes on by someone moving an amendment or a motion, he has some sort of add-on to it, you know, unofficially. And I'm quite concerned about it, actually.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. That's a comment. Councillor Nelson, you said you were foreshadowing a motion. Yep. If you would like to put that forward and...
Yeah, I move number one, Mr. Mayor.
There's a problem. Councillor Nelson can't move both.
Councillor Turlin, it's there as the amendment, I think, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I didn't move that. Councillor McLaughlin moved.
Councillor McLaughlin and Andrews moved.
I'm on my toes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so what are you're just moving the same thing, aren't you?
No, there's a foreshadowed amendment.
Yeah, but what's the foreshadowed amendment as opposed to the motion?
No, the number one is going to move the move approval. Number two is to refer to closed council.
Okay, right. Well, oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, sorry, I got that. But we have a motion as moved by Councillor, I thought it was Andrews.
Point of clarification from Councillor Andrews.
It's not, I can't see it on here. I can't see Councillor Andrews' name. Oh, they're down the bottom. Okay. So what's, we have not a motion by Councillor McLaughlin. His motion lapsed through the want of the seconder initially.
Was Councillor Andrews a man?
Yes, Hey, let's get this right. Councillor McLaughlin's motion lapsed for the want of a seconder. And that is that it go into closed at that time. Councillor Andrews then moved the tender recommendation 1, which was seconded by.
I thought it was Councillor Nelson.
I thought it was by Councillor Nelson as well. Do you believe you seconded it, Councillor Nelson? You on mute, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I could have initially moved number 2, but it says Councillor Andrews. I thought Councillor Andrews came in. I was actually going to second Councillor McLaughlin's motion, but I didn't get through. So
you didn't get through. It lapsed, and I have it as my memory serves me. Councillor Andrews then moved which is the motion now. Here's the motion, and it was seconded by you. Councillor Turland moved an amendment.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Councillor Turland moved the motion and Councillor Scandrett seconded it. The amendment, which has been moved by Councillor Andrews, and we're just clarifying whether it's been seconded by Councillor Nelson, is what's on page 128. Right. It's recommendation 1 on page 128.
Correct.
That is, unless there is a foreshadowed motion, there is no foreshadowed motion, Councillor Nelson.
It can't be.
And an amendment.
Foreshadowed amendment.
No, it's not a foreshadowed, it's an amendment. Because you'll have to withdraw. You'll have to withdraw seconding Councillor Andrews' amendment.
You can't do both.
You can't do both.
Well, could I just clarify?
Mr. Mayor, you asked me a question, so if Councillor Turland would stop interrupting, I'll give you an answer. And the answer is that I'll withdraw from the amendment and move the foreshadow, because I thought Councillor McLaughlin actually moved the amendment and Councillor Andrews seconded. That's the confusion I've got.
Then Councillor Andrews, as Councillor Nelson, hang on, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Nelson is withdrawing his support for the amendment and supporting a foreshadowed amendment which can't be debated by Councillor McLaughlin that it goes into closed committee. Is there a seconder for Councillor Andrews' amendment? Then I will second it from the chair for debate. So, Councillor Turland, you have the right to speak to your motion.
It would seem from listening to the objector earlier today that there's some confusion of what's in this particular plan and what's not. This has been going on for a long time now, and it's great we've got the money. So we're not trying to slow the project down. We're just trying to stall it so the stakeholders and the community have a chance to have a look and revisit what has been done. It's only 2 weeks to defer it, so the stakeholders can meet the parties as per my notice of motion further along the night, but we'll deal with it here first. And that is so that they have a chance to have an understanding with the architect and the consultants and council staff of what's in the development approval for the Barrel Memorial Hall. It's not trying to stop the project with the funding it's got in place already to date. It's just asking for the chance for the stakeholders and the community to sit down, work through what they understand to be the case and what council believes to be the case on the drawings. There's already a confusion about this so-called shell thing and curtains and retractable seating. We have some statements made by council staff saying we'll improve it. Well, that's obviously not the opinion of the stakeholders. It will go ahead, this building, but we own, the community and its stakeholders own the development. And they need to have a chance to have their voice. I don't think it's too much to ask to defer it for a couple of weeks, where we have that meeting with all parties around one table on site and talk through the issues that they've got, their concerns. This is not trying to stop the project, it's just letting them have a chance. We've all had the emails in the last couple of weeks from all the interested parties. Would you not just give them a chance to meet council staff with the plans and the architect on site? I'm sure nobody's going to be hung, quartered and tar-feathered. All they're going to do is ask to be what their concerns are, and hopefully those concerns will be answered. And there might be a better resolution that comes out of that meeting for all parties. The retractable seating could come in 6 months' time. It could come in 12 months' time. It doesn't have to go in tomorrow, next week, even when the building's finished. Maybe that's the alternative. Hold back for a little while to see if that works or not. Work through the curtain issue, make sure that the sound doesn't get dispersed and killed when it goes through the hall. It's just a chance to let them have their concerns vented and work through those issues. It's not a big ask.
Thank you.
Have the money.
Any other speakers? Councillor Whipper and Councillor Scandrett. Is there anybody speaking for the amendment? Councillor Andrews, and then are you speaking for or against the motion, Councillor Whipper?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm speaking at this stage.
Just before
At this stage, Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking. Right?
No, I didn't.
At this stage, I'm. Okay, no, the signal's breaking up, but anyway, at this stage, I'm speaking in favour of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I respect Councillor Turlin when he's indicating that a number of people, a lot of people, when you follow the email trail, that have got concerns, but they've had 18 months, 2 years to present those concerns. They seem to have come in the last 4 or 5 weeks. You know, we, as a council and councillors, we've waited 3 years for this to get to where we are at the moment. We should pursue it and go forward with it, and there's really no need for us to go to close, for God's sake. Let's just hear it, you know, and deal with it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, look, nobody wants to see this happen more than myself. I move the motion that we move forward to create a venue for unamplified sound. So I don't want to see this held up, but I think we need to listen seriously to those concerns. I hear Councillor Andrews say that they've had 18 months, but there's been a consistent message come from the community that they've got concerns. An extra 2 weeks is not going to make much difference. If we've got the assurance that the sound shell will do its job, and if there are options to reduce the retractable seating somewhat, we can go ahead. So let's have a meeting with representatives and bring it back in 2 weeks and make a decision.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Scandrett, are you speaking for or against?
I'm supporting Councillor Turn, who I seconded, so I'm for.
Councillor Nelson, are you speaking for?
Against the motion.
Against the what? Against the what?
The motion. Against the motion.
Are you speaking against or for the motion, Councillor?
Against.
Okay.
Against the motion.
Then you have the right to speak.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, we don't usually have a presentation when we're considering tenders. It's either we adopt the recommendation for the tender or we put it into closed committee. But since we've had the presentation, and it was a very good presentation and outlined exactly what was happening. So I'm happy with that. But if we go back and start listening now, they'll be wanting the changes that they've been expressing and that will lead to changes in the tender, which will throw it into disarray and put the 2.8 million at jeopardy. And so we either have to move on tonight and adopt this and get it going, or it's just going to, 2 weeks is going to just cascade right out of control, Mr. Mayor. So that's why I'm moving the foreshadowed amendment, which is number 1, which is to adopt the tender. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Scandrett.
Councillors who were on last term will be well aware that both the symphony and the concert band, who have regularly presented their concerns. Sorry, am I speaking?
Yeah, look, there is confusion here that some councillors may not understand what the motion and the amendment is. And I would like the staff to take away Councillor McLaughlin's original part, because it lapsed through the want of the second.
It's got to stay in
It's got to stay there.
minutes. Yes.
I just want to make it very clear that both of the speakers, Councillor Nelson is supporting the spoken in relation to supporting the amendment. I mean, that is what you just spoke to, and I just want to clarify that councillors understand the what is up on the screen. Councillor Scandrett, you continue, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so last term, the stakeholders, particularly the symphony and the concert band, made their concerns particularly precisely. They did that to councillors and also through the Arts and Culture Committee. There's no doubt about their concerns in terms of the quality of their delivery of music. That's why the motion that was approved last term says quite specifically the hall be tuned for unamplified music. A centre of excellence, as I recall, Councillor Whipper. The point being that all other users are still able to go, their councillors. And of course, recently they had Blackadder there. It was a year and a half ago. And that was presented just using mics. Everyone's got lapel mics and so on. They're mic'd up. So this proposal is spot on. But the retractable seating is a concern. It was opposed from day one by the user groups in music, which is this hall is being tuned for, music. The Playhouse is being built for theatre. And the stage and the acoustics of the stage and the forepart of the hall are very critical to our symphony. We have one of the few regional symphony orchestras in New South Wales. It's a fantastic attraction to this shire. A lot of people participate in it. And in fact, a lot of people have moved here because of it and the concert band. And I declare an interest. My son was in the concert band until some years ago when he left school. And it was fantastic visiting and listening to both of these wonderful groups of musicians. So they're very passionate. They do know what they're talking about. Roma Dix nailed it today, and those issues need to be considered. So I'm supporting Councillor Turlin's suggestion that we get together with representatives of these groups and the people who are providing advice in terms of the architect and so on. In the hall would be the place to go. So we're there and able to point at things, and we bring it back in 2 weeks. Now, what's the problem with that? We will be seen to be respecting our community, particularly our musical community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. And I'll have a couple of words on this. And I agree with Councillor Whipper. It has been a long time in the making, and is Councillor Whipper, has he dropped off the screens?
He has.
Okay, we'll try and get Councillor Whipper back. He has dropped off the screen. But I am going to support the recommendation moved by Councillor Andrews as the amendment. Councillor Nelson is right. If we delay this, the tender and changes attempted to be made, then the tender becomes invalid. And we will have to go through the process again. I hear the concerns of the user groups, but I'm going to use the analogy of me going to a doctor. And the doctor is a normal GP. So I go to the doctor and I say, I have a really bad ear infection, doctor. And he looks at it and he says, well, I'm a doctor, but I don't have the qualifications to really give you a proper diagnosis. I'm going to send you to a specialist. And you go to a specialist for a reason. That reason is the same as bringing in an expert in acoustics to design this hall. This does not take away from the musicians who have put in objections, but they, in my opinion, unless somebody can write to me and say, I have qualifications in acoustics engineering and acoustics architecture, then who do we believe? Do we believe those who have an opinion or those who have training in a field? And I'll go for the training in a field. I respect the musicians and those who are involved. I've been to many a concert, as everyone knows, and I enjoy the effort and the time, the commitment, the energy, dedication that everybody puts in. But sometimes we're along the line, we've got to make a decision. And we seem to be delaying and delaying and delaying major decisions and, you know, trying to look for an easy out. Well, there's no easy out sometimes. You can make the best decision and you can make the right decision. And I believe the right decision is to accept the tender, take the advice of those who we spent $30,000 with and get on with the job. Delaying will sabotage the project, in my belief. Councillor, any other speakers? Councillor Turlin, do you have...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, could I make one quick comment?
Well, only if it's a clarification as opposed to a debate.
Well, the clarification is, Mr Mayor, it's 7 o'clock and we won't get to close council, and that's why I'm suggesting that we adopt number 1.
Okay, well, that's the amendment. The amendment is number 1. Councillor Andrew, Turlin.
Well, it's extraordinary. We know that we can vary the tender price up or down. It's called a variation. It can remove things and we can add things in. Standard part of the contract. There's no way in the earlier stages, probably up to the first 6 months, that the seating will be an issue, let alone the shell that seems to be not known by the community and the stakeholders even exists. There is no way you can use the contract as a means of speeding up the process where it can be varied. Logically, they've got months to do the work in the building before the items get bought or even installed. Give the stakeholders a chance to get together with all parties to talk through what their concerns are. Nothing might change, but you have to give them a chance. And as for the variation issue, that is not an issue. It can go in and it can go up or down. It's part of the contract process. And there will be variations because it's an old building. And there will be a contingency fund built into it, hopefully about 20%. And I won't talk about the dollars, that's another story in closed council. But there's obviously 3 or 4 things that are major concerns that need to be dealt with.
to alleviate the issues and the concerns that the community have. Once you start this process without engaging with them, and you say you have, and they think they haven't, it's not the right thing to do. We need to give a chance for them to all get together in one room with councillors. We've had the emails. Staff are making certain comments that I'm not aware of. I don't think I've even got a copy of the drawings. It would be the latest drawings that went through the process. Now that's probably the same as the stakeholders. They want to sit down, big set of drawings, work through the issues, and hopefully it will all be resolved between the parties. But do not use the issue of the contract as being the issue of why you will not allow this to go forward.
Thank you.
Is that the end? Is that what you're saying?
No, we are having technical difficulties trying to stop getting feedback. Thank you. No, there's no more debate. The debate.
Sorry, point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, clarification.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that there was that confusion there. I'll withdraw my foreshadowed amendment.
Thank you. The foreshadowed amendment has been withdrawn. We now have a motion and an amendment. The amendment is as printed, and the motion is, if you can bring that down a little bit, please. Okay. So the amendment is accepting the tender and that the matter be from Andrews and Gare, and the Turland and Scandrett is that the be deferred. I'll put the amendment first. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillors McLaughlin, Andrews, Gare and Nelson. Those against? Councillors Scandrett, Halstead, Whipper and Turland. And as there is a 4-all vote, I will use my casting vote in favour of the recommendation, and that the amendment in relation to the recommendation as in the closed report, and declare the motion becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your card. Same way, those against, Councillors Scandrett, Halstead, Whipper and Turland. Now I'll use
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have
and as there is a 4-all tie, I will use my casting vote in favour of the recommendation. The motion is carried.
Mr. Mayor, a rescission motion will be lodged. I'm just putting it on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Turland.
Yeah, look, I'd like to suspend standing orders and go to the code of meeting practice and get a comment from the staff, if I can, please.
The acting general manager's got to read out the recommendation.
Yes, we can't go there yet. We now have the recommendation as put in past be read out as it was enclosed.
So, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation that Council has just adopted from the closed report 19.1.
I'm sorry, point of order here. Point of order.
Recommendation
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
The point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've given notice there will be a rescission motion lodged, and therefore the tenders should not be read out.
Sorry, the motion was carried, and as per meeting practice, the motion will be, the recommendation.
Be this at your own peril, Mr. Mayor. A rescission motion is coming in.
Councillor Scandrett, when I speak, you stop. As per the code of meeting practice, you do not, and you have not lodged a rescission motion. You have given notice. The motion has been passed. As such, as per meeting practice, The recommendation will be read out by the, as passed, will be read out by the acting general manager. Thank you, Mr. Paul.
So I'll just repeat, Mr. Mayor. So in accordance with what's in 19.1 for refurbishment of Barrel Memorial Hall, Council's passed the following recommendation. The Council accepts the tender from Belvedere Private Limited at a lump sum amount of $5,825,050, inclusive of GST, to undertake the refurbishment of Barrel Memorial Hall.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Turlin has asked that suspension of standing orders be given to deal with what item number, Councillor Turlin?
It's to deal with the code of meeting practice.
What item number?
It is page 69, item 3.7, 3.4 and 3.7 on the annexure, on the attachment 1, page 69.
Oh, is that really that important? Okay, you need a second to do.
It is item 3.4 and
do you have a second to suspend standing orders to deal with 12.5? Is there a seconder? Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Scandron.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you need to debate it?
now.
Ask for the reasoning.
Yes,
why.
I do. I wish for council staff to go to page 65, attachment 1, 3.4 and 7.1. Page 69 of the attachment 1.
69, yeah, 7.1.
Yes.
There's no.
It's a cover page.
Is it page 69 of the attachment or?
Attachments to reports of closed session of council, is that, what are you referring to, Councillor Turley?
No. 69 is the page 3.4, notice to the public of a council meeting, and 3.7. There has been not 3 days granted to the public nor the councillor as per. We have not had 3 days.
Councillor Turley.
Notice it does not, this meeting does not comply under the code of meeting practice.
I tell you what, councillors, you have to stick to the point. You cannot raise frivolous comments. So I am going, you've got a second for the suspension of standing orders. I'm going to put that. It is 7:10, that all in favour of suspension of standing orders to deal with draft code of meeting practice, raise your card.
In favour.
In favour of the motion, please raise your card.
Suspend standing order.
To suspend standing orders. Those in favour to suspend standing orders.
Council, the council laws need to know why I'm asking for suspension.
Councillor Turlin, Scandron, and those against. Councillor Andrews, McLaughlin, Whipper, Nelson, Gare. And are you voting Councillor Halstead? Councillor Halstead has abstained. I declare the suspension of standing orders lost. We revert to the business paper.
Mr. Mayor, I've had 3 people sent to me that they went to the council chambers, they couldn't get
good.
Proper notice, 3 days. in the legal meeting. It's
On.
Right, we will stick to the agenda. And if you do any more interrupting, Councillor Turlin, I will put you in the waiting room. Tender for Oxley Drive Reservoir major repairs. Somebody like to move the recommendation?
Move number 1. Yeah.
Move Councillor Nelson, second Councillor McLaughlin. All in favour? Those against? I declare it carried. I'll now ask the acting general manager to read out the resolution of council.
So, Mr Mayor, the recommendation the council just adopted from the closed report 19.2, tender for Oxley Drive Reservoir major repairs is as follows. The council accepts the tender from Southern Cross Reservoir Services Australia Proprietary Limited at a lump sum of $279,203, inclusive of GST, to undertake the Oxley Drive Reservoir major repairs.
Thank you. We move on to 11.3, Willowvale Shared Pathway lease from Australian Rail Track Corporation Limited, page 138.
Move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move
second.
Move Councillor Whipper and second
McLaughlin it was.
Andrews on that one. So I'll put it all in favour. Those against, carried. We move on to page 11.4. 11.4, Hampton Trust an application to be appointed as reserve trust manager. It's just formalising it. We've been looking at forever. Councillors Whipper and Scandrett. Any discussion? Put it. All in favour. Those against, carried. 11.5. Investment report. Move Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Whipper. I'll put it. All in favour, please say aye. Carried. Post-exhibition report, planning proposal for new heritage item changing minimum lot size.
Move the motion. Move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
I'd like to have an introduction, please.
Yes, we can do that, but it's been moved and seconded by councillors McLaughlin and Nelson.
Yes, I can do
Okay, through you, Mr Acting General Manager, Mr Pepping.
Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to report to council the outcomes of the exhibition of a planning proposal to include a new heritage item and change the minimum lot size of 102 to 104 Old Wingelow Road, Bundanoon, also known as Rochester Park. The property has been the subject of a number of subdivision proposals, which there was a 12-lot subdivision proposal which triggered council's decision to impose an interim heritage order to assess the heritage significance of this particular property. That particular development application was subsequently appealed to the Land and Environment Court. In recent proceedings in 2020, the courts approved the subdivision, but it was reduced down to a 4-lot subdivision. All this planning proposal does is to list the house as an important heritage item and the gardens, and to reduce the minimum lot size to 1 hectare, which would in effect eliminate any further potential subdivision of any of the lots as approved under the Land and Environment Court approval, should that approval be acted on. The other thing that we have included in the terms of the planning proposal and the eventual local environmental plan amendment is that there is a savings provision that does save all previous applications lodged or approved prior to the making of this planning proposal. Now, the report does also include information for councillors' benefit that there is still a current development application that the owners are seeking for a 5-lot subdivision. that application is still under determination and will be reported to council under a separate report at a later date. But this report is purely, in effect, the heritage listing and the minimum lot size over the land. Take any questions.
Questions, councillor Turlin, then councillor McLaughlin.
So the owners of this property, what are their statements in relation to this heritage order?
Councillor, I don't believe there was any submissions made. Oh, sorry, there was 2 submissions on behalf of the property owner who objected to aspects of the proposal. That was in relation to the minimum lot size. I don't believe there to be any objections to the heritage listing of the house known as Rochester Park.
But in relation to the sizes of the lots that you're going to propose, you're saying a DA's lodge now.
So there is
will this affect that DA?
Yeah, so the savings provision means that what is approved in the Land Environment Court is saved and they can act on that consent. If that consent was to lapse, then the one hectare minimum lot size would apply. Similarly, if they act on that consent and it is developed for a 4-lot subdivision, the 1 hectare minimum means that there can be no further subdivision of those 4 lots, which are significantly below 1 hectare.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Pepping, with regard to this property, I think we visited it. It's had extensive subdivisions already around it, and the curtilage that we tried to put in place was to preserve the garden. Is that correct, along with the heritage item?
Through the chair, yes. If you look at page 155 of the agenda, you can see in effect, the property that remained out of the subdivision, and the subdivision pattern occurred around it. So Rochester Drive, I think there was in the order of 30 allotments which were created out of the subdivision. But yes, the remaining large lot, which is the subject of this planning proposal, was there to protect the house as well as the significant landscaping attached to the house.
So it's not as if they haven't had a great subdivision already. Thank you, Mr. Pepping. Done very nicely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Turlin?
Yeah, I'll move option 2.
Well, we have a mover and a seconder, so you'll be moving that as an amendment?
Correct.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Do you have a seconder?
I don't think we have Councillor Scandred at the moment.
Councillor Scandred has dropped off the screen again. So I don't know at this stage, so does anybody know? I don't know whether then Councillor Scandred would have seconded your request or not.
Well, he was interested to know about the people from Bundanoon who supported this heritage listing earlier, Mr. Mayor. So I think I know where he stands on this one.
Yeah, well, I'm going to. I do not assume I've learned that.
I think we should just a point, Mr. Mayor. I think we should wait a couple of minutes.
I think what we will do, we'll move on to the next one. We'll leave that. I don't want suspend standing order to come back to it. We will do it under a bit of emergency power that we've got for connection. 12.2 Greenwater Creek and Morton Fires, Commonwealth Government Disaster Grant. Councillor Turlin.
Yes, we've all had an email this afternoon saying that the Penrose Balmoral do not want the water storage tank. And so I think we need to defer this until we have a meeting with the stakeholders at both Wingelow, but also Penrose Balmoral. They do not want this.
No, look,
We've all got the email.
No, councillor Turlin, if I may, council staff went up to Winslow and Penrose on Monday. They are as happy as pigs in mud. The RFS requests this in Balmoral, but I'm going to ask Mr. Mooney, through the General Manager, Acting General Manager, to make comments.
Mr. Mooney, would you like to comment, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Acting General Manager, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, as you would be aware, we have only become or received details of the submission made by the Balmoral Village Association as recently as this afternoon. Comments were made in both of those documents in relation to the placement of the tank and the size of the tank, and also the access to bore water within the Balmoral Village. And councillors, you would be privy to both of those documents which we've received. Now, with respect to the ability to be able to tap into bore water, we've had a specialist, and that's when I say we, council, we've had a specialist bore company originally engaged with the proposal, who has undertaken a validation of the bore and has indicated that at a bore depth of 140 metres, we will be able to achieve adequate supply for the designed water storage requirement and intended use. So that, to one extent, addresses the issue raised by the Balmoral Village Association around the practicalities of having a bore to fill that tank. The second issue with respect to the size of the tank and the placement of the tank, council officers met with both representatives of the RFS and the Balmoral Village Association in late January to discuss the placement. Obviously, in these matters, council laws, we defer to the RFS. The RFS have been very adamant about where the placement of that tank should be, and with the greatest of respect to all parties involved, it would be our professional recommendation that we align ourselves or align the works that we undertake with those views that have been passed on to us by the RFS. The tank size as well has been something that the RFS has deemed adequate for both Winslow, Penrose and also Balmoral. So these are three projects that council officers see as being important recovery tasks out of the devastating bushfires that those communities experienced last summer. We would like to see those projects progress so that in time for the next bushfire season, those pieces of infrastructure are in place.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I might make a quick comment.
Yes, I can see what Councillor Turlin's trying to do, but I'll ask Mr. Paul to make a comment, please.
Well, just a suggestion from me, Mr. Mayor, that council might consider putting in a recommendation 3, and it could be along the lines of that council defer any works for the water tank at the Balmoral Rural Fire Station until further consultation is had with the Balmoral Residents Association or Village Association.
Yeah.
So that will allow us to proceed with Winslow and Penrose because they are very keen to see this happen, and it will defer any works until such time as we've had further consultation with the Balmoral Village.
No, kid, no matrimony.
Exactly what I was going to put in the.
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we just.
It's already.
So we've got a recommendation up there that is the recommendation as printed, and that the Balmoral village area be deferred, subject to further consultation with them. That's basically it, is it? Until further consultation, yeah.
Well, since I was the one that was bringing it, since I was the one that was bringing this for the point where Mr. Paulin came in and corrected what I was going to say, it should be.
You move it then. I'll second it. Do you want to move it, Councillor Turlin? I'll second.
Look, councillors, we've got. I wanted a clarification in relation to the effect of Penrose and Winslow and the comments from Balmoral. That has been done. Mr. Paul has made a suggestion to try and help resolve the issue of Balmoral, and it's not part of the recommendation as yet unless Councillor Turland accepts it.
You know, I accepted. I was just about to insert that until other parties jumped in.
Right, so,
Trying to get it.
so Councillor McLaughlin is seconded, and now there are cards up all over the place.
With the motion.
Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say I'm having some trouble with my internet, and I don't know if others are as well, but the sound continues to drop in and out. I noticed that Councillor Scandrett has disappeared as well, so maybe he's having problems. But I was just wondering if the mover and seconder will add a point 4, and that point 4 would be that council invite representatives of Balmoral Village Association to an information session to discuss the circle of safety concept.
Councillor Turland, would you accept that as a point 4?
Yes, no problem at all.
Thank you.
Problem, so that Balmoral representatives be invited to an information session to discuss their concept of a circle of safety. Thank you, Councillor Whipper, with the concept of circle of safety. Now, Councillor Scandrett is coming back on. Okay, does anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Turland.
Reading this email that we got this afternoon, it says the residents of the Balmoral village insist that council lives up to the promises provided for the open space and the further safety of the recreation of the enjoyment of the residents, including the restoration of $150,000 committed by council in the past for the proposal of basically fixing the hall and also the land beside the hall, which was the evacuation centre. That is one of their biggest concerns, that we haven't lived up to our promises that we've been providing to them for many years prior to the bushfires. So I think, Councillor Whipper, what you put forward is item 4 is brilliant. It's exactly what they want. They want to be included and no more promises, but action. We seem to be going around in circles in relation to the issues, in relation to the paddock that's right next door. We have money put aside for it, but it's been tied up in knots. And it should have been done back in 2006 and 7 and 10 and 12, whenever we've been out there. They're the promises we've made and we haven't held up to them. Anyway, so I hope that councillors will go forward with the 4 recommendations and get the Balmoral Village Association involved, as they are the stakeholders. It involves them all the way through. It's a shame that we haven't got their email until this afternoon, and we should have had it earlier, and we could have dealt with a whole lot of the issues that they have. But anyway, we'll see how this motion goes forward.
Thank you, Councillor House.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if anyone, hopefully you can tell me why a Balmoral Village Association would not want a water tank. Is there anybody who's got a quick answer to that? Because our responsibility is ensuring as much as possible they're protected from fire. I don't see this providing the park bit, which we're all aware of, has got anything to do with, providing a water tank. I just don't get it. Or are they on some, proposal to have a water main extended out there? I don't know what they're up to, but it just makes no sense to me.
My understanding is the water tank they want is much bigger capacity than what has been suggested, and my understanding is there seems to be a bit of conflict between the RFS and the association into the location of that. But that will, as Councillor Whipper has suggested, now that we've received a request from them, can be nutted out. Councillor Scandra?
I hope you can hear me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Anyway, the reason for the request on the water tank is it's currently proposed for 100,000 litres, which I should point out is just the capacity I have here at my farmhouse. And of course, they're looking, like Wingelow and Penrose, for between 1 and 2 million litres. And that was raised in the bushfire special general meeting last January and February. The second part of their submission is that the water table for bores there, and they've put in some letters from people who do have bores there, is pretty poor. So they've asked that we come out there, and I'd like to see that added to here with the support of Councillor Turland, 5, that we have it going on inspections. I mentioned that in the pre-meeting, but they are very concerned, and the Circle of Safety document has now been sent to you all, and they want to discuss that.
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. I think initially...
Can we add the site visit, please?
It's up to Councillor Turland.
Councillor Whipper, are you happy with that?
Look, I think if we can just get them into the information session, I think that's going to be much more productive. We all know that. Yeah.
Yep, that says both. Okay.
So the motion stays as it is. Councillors, is there any more discussion? Then I'll put the recommendation as moved by Councillor Turland and Whipper. All in favour? Carried. Now, I'm asking for a recommendation that we extend until 8 o'clock to try and deal with the rest of the business paper.
Move that way.
Councillors McLaughlin and Whipper, all in favour, those against, carried.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll move an amendment that we actually stop because we have too many councillors dropping off the process.
Correct.
Here.
Seconded. Yep.
Well, we have the closed committee. Do you want to try and move into, we can still extend it, but we don't have to go that far. So we have an extension until 8 o'clock. I can call the meeting off prior if councillors want, but can we try and deal with the closed committee?
Mr. Mayor, can we finish off 12.1, please? Now that Councillor Scandrid's back, can we deal with 12.1?
Thank you.
Rochester Park.
Rochester Park. Now, Councillor Scandrid, you can hear us pretty well? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
There is a recommendation up on the screen moved by Councillor.
We have not had the extension approved yet. It needs to go through its process.
Jesus, we have. God.
You have not had it approved. I put an amendment up as clear as day.
I was speaking, Councillor Turland. Now, Councillor Scandrid. Councillor Turland.
You have.
Councillor Scandrid, Councillor Turland moved an amendment, but didn't get a seconder. And I said I would come back to this item once you had rejoined the meeting to see whether you would be prepared to second, because nobody else would. So what is on the screen requires a seconder.
At the moment, we have not got the approval to extend to 8 o'clock yet. You haven't gone through that process. 7:30 it finishes.
I put it, councillor.
I put my amendment in and it started to be typed and you put it.
Well, sorry, I put it. It's carried.
Mr. General Manager, can you clarify that I put up an amendment because of the failure of the computer?
What have you got there, Michelle? Have you got any?
The meeting be extended to 8 o'clock.
And is that carried?
Well, it was moved and seconded.
Well, you can recommit it, Mr. Mayor, if you want to.
God, we make ourselves into a knot, councillors.
It's up to you if you believe that there's some doubt.
Some of us.
I put the recommendation and in my mind it was carried for an extension. And then you put in an amendment.
Too late.
And I'm going to overrule you, Councillor Turland. It is irrelevant. I can close the meeting whenever I want now. I don't need to close it on a motion. Ah, God. We will go back to the Rochester Park. Councillor Scandrett, are you willing to second Councillor Turland's amendment?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'll support the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you.
Turland, your motion lapses for the want of a seconder.
Put the motion, Mr. Mayor.
I will now put the motion. All in favour of the motion as moved by councillors McLaughlin and Nelson. Karen.
No, we've got to, it's a planning.
Oh, it's a planning matter. Those against?
So we've got, no, it's abstaining.
So those against? Councillors Halstead and.
No, I'm not against.
Okay.
I voted for it.
Okay, so councillor Halstead has not voted.
No, councillor Turland.
No,
Sorry,
get it right, Mr. Mayor. I voted for the motion as printed. First one to put my arrow up.
We've got that, councillor Halstead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those against? Well, councillor Turland is abstaining, so it is classified as against.
And I voted for. I'm sorry, there it is.
You voted for. We are now moving on with a bit of luck to the delivery program 2017-21 biennial report.
Move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Happy
to move that.
Seconded councillor Whipper.
Well done, staff.
Yes, it was a very good outcome from staff under the trying circumstances we're going through. Any discussion? I put it all in favour.
Mr. Mayor, question.
Question. Councillor Scandal. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to the staff, because I've gone through this and there's a number of areas where Station Street and the current status of 32 million for that project, and that's after we took out 25 million, doesn't fit in here. And I want to ask the staff, do they think that they've been managing the risk management profile properly on this? Do they think that they've provided timely and accessible information? There's a number of dot points in here where, quite frankly, I don't think this report covers it.
Question. I'll get staff to answer the question.
Can the staff guarantee that they've complied with all of the codes in terms of notifying government in terms of Station Street?
Thank you.
32 million.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be very careful what I say, because councillors were provided with a confidential briefing on the 9th of December last year, and I'm not going to elaborate on any information that was presented to councillors in that confidential briefing. So what I will say is that I am acting in accordance with the direction that I was given by the majority of the councillors following that briefing on the 9th of December. That's my answer.
That is the answer. Thank you, Councillor Scandal.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And could I, because I dropped out at the beginning of the meeting and the Finance Committee minutes were there, again, the same question for the Finance Committee, because that report in the newspaper hasn't been brought to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Let's deal with the issue before us. I'll put the recommendation as
No, I've got some.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you. If you go to page, it's called leadership. Must be page 31. 1.1. Our council, as the trust of the community as well, the informed decisions are made to ensure the long-term sustainability of the Shire. Council communication and engages with the community in a diverse, open, inclusive way. Development community leadership and strong network, ensuring responsibility with the Shire. Do you think we've met all those requirements?
Who are you directing this to, Councillor Turley?
Whoever wishes to answer it. You could answer it if you wish. If you think we've met all those requirements. Page 31.
Councillor Turley, there is room for improvement everywhere.
I would think so.
I can't understand, Mr. Mayor, I cannot understand when Councillor Turley refers to page 31, what page 31 he's even talking about.
Oh,
is it
sorry.
a meeting?
It's in the report.
Okay.
It's in the delivery program.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, any other questions? Then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your card. Those against, carried.
Against. Against.
Against.
Against, please record against.
Okay, Councillor Scandrett and Turley are asking their names be recorded. Compliance update, page 179. We just
180.
No, 179's compliance update. It's a closed matter. The recommendation is in closed. Councillor Scandrett, you have a question?
Mr. Mayor, as you know, I've been dropped out today. Ian dropped out.
Oh, who cares? Jeez.
Could we not have the commentary from Barradoo, please?
Thank you, councillors.
And I want to just register that there is a matter in closed council relating to a demolition order on a small wall at my property, which is alleged to be an illegal wall. It's the result of a continuing accusation against me. So I'm just saying to you, I'll put the form in. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Scandrett, you cannot discuss in open council. You've just breached the code of conduct. You cannot raise an issue in the closed committee in open. Right. So we have a recommendation, moving the recommendation.
Can I ask a question?
I'm asking for a mover and a seconder, councillor.
It's up to you.
Move Councillor Whipper. Thank you, Councillor Whipper. And seconded Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, I think Councillor Nelson should second.
Well, Councillor, you haven't declared a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, Councillor Scandrett, and you seconded the motion. You are breaching the code all over the place.
I'll unsecond it, Mr. Mayor.
We have taken it to Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. That'll save his bacon.
You haven't declared a pecuniary interest before the meeting either.
No, Mr. Mayor, because I couldn't get into the meeting.
Councillors, I am going to put the recommendation.
No, I've got a question.
Oh, it's only to go into closed committee.
I have a question.
Councillor Turl.
in the public arena, Moreton Park had an issue with the court, in a public court, a compliance issue. Has that been resolved now? All the conditions that council have applied to their compliance officer in relation to the court?
Do with this.
It does have everything to do with it. It's a public notice.
Committee. You
It's in front of the court for sentencing.
To what is in closed committee.
It's not in the closed committee. I'm asking in relation to this. It's a compliance update. It's got nothing to do. It's not mentioned in the closed committee report.
Councillors, the sun is getting to everybody. I am going to put the recommendation as moved by councillors Whipper and Nelson. All in favour? Karen, I am now looking for a recommendation to go into closed committee.
I'd move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move councillor Nelson, second councillor Whipper again. Thank you all those who are watching. We are going to
put the motion
through the lack of loss of time. All in favour, we go into closed committee.
Mr Mayor, a question on this.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When do you propose to conclude the remainder of the business in this meeting that we haven't got to?
Councillors in closed committee, I'll ask everybody, all those in favour to go to raise their hand.
I'm asking you to answer my question. Point of order.
Yes.
Before you go.
I declare the